Chapter 874. To practice the stellar technique, not everyone needed to travel back and forth between the main and reverse worlds. For low-level cultivators, this was basically an impossible cultivation environment. In Xuanyuan's Yuanying chapter of the Big Dipper star scripture, this problem could be solved, but the method of Yuanying was not something Jindan could do with his current cultivation level. Therefore, he hoped to find an alternative method. The 7 upper sects of Juxian's upper realm were not as strong as the 5 rings 3 pure ones, but this strength was more in terms of combatability. If one were to compare self-cultivation, immortality, and pure Taoist techniques, the Taoists of Juxian were not weak at all. It was just that their claws and teeth were worn down by the protection of the chessboard of heaven and earth over the long river of time. Therefore, there were too many things that Lu Xiaoyi could learn from in terms of techniques. There was no Taoist sect that did not involve the stellar system. The stellar system was one of the important cornerstones that supported the Taoist system. Looking up at the starry sky was also the goal of every Taoist. In the end, the goal of cultivation was to enter the starry sky. Lu Xiaoyi was looking for such a technique. Although the free wandering sect was the most outstanding in terms of spirit, and the 3 fundamental techniques were all related to spirit, they also had their own stellar system. This was what Lu Xiaoyi was looking for. The immortal who presided over the library had long changed. Lu Xiaoyi's current status was not the same as before. In any case, he was also a gigolo. Rumors of him having some kind of relationship with one of the ancestors above were also faintly spreading. No one was secretly targeting him because of his new identity, so there was a possibility of consulting him. Recently, this disciple has been somewhat obsessed with the stellar technique. However, I see that although the stellar technique in the sect has its own system, it seems to be a little weak. I wonder if Martial Uncle has taught me. The host nodded, then shook his head. This disciple was now famous in the free wandering sect, and could even be said to be famous in Juxian. He already had the qualifications to learn the 3 fundamental techniques of the free wandering sect, but he did not learn them. Instead, he studied the stellar system. He was also a freak. However, unusual people did unusual things. At the level of Jindan, they already had their own opinions and could not be forced. At the very least, to be able to prove that this guy did not come for the core of carefree travel was reassuring. It's like this. Regarding the star system, Juxian and the other 7 Taoist sects have dabbled in it. But to be honest, it's mostly the same. What you see in carefree travel is actually the same as what you see in other places. Among the 7 great sects, the Qing Wei Immortal sect was the most proficient and well-versed in the star system. I don't know what aspect of the star system you want to know. If it involves Qingwei's fundamental method, then don't even think about it. If it's something else, there's still a possibility of collecting it, but it'll also depend on luck. Lu Xiaoyi thanked him politely. In the immortal Ju upper realm, it was the same as the 5 rings. In fact, the various great inheritances and powers did not guard their martial arts very tightly. Other than the fundamental arts, everything else could be found. Of course, the prerequisite was that you had to have the financial resources and connections. The advantage of the upper sects was that one would encounter endless problems in the process of cultivation. Just like the advanced mathematics in the future, everyone had a book, but how many of them became mathematicians? In the process, one would need the experience, insights, experiences, and lessons of the elders and sages. In a sense, these things were more precious than the martial arts itself. If one did not leave it on paper, join a sect, or show outstanding talent, one would not be able to obtain it. For example, Xuanyuan's sword skills could be roughly described by anyone. However, if one were to really practice it, there would be countless obstacles and layers of obstacles. It was not something that could be solved with just a jade scroll. Throwing out the martial arts was fake, but attracting people to join them was real. This was the usual tactic of every sect. However, he did not know anyone from the Qing Wei Immortal sect. Perhaps that Tian Guan was one of them. He was just a casual acquaintance, so he could only wait for another opportunity. 2 months later, Lu Xiaoyi was still deep in meditation when he suddenly sensed something. His body swayed and he walked out of the cave. He felt a voice calling out to him. He knew that the time had come. He didn't resist, but relaxed his body and floated up. He floated higher and further away. The 9 great sects were located in the outermost layer of the nebula in the Juzian upper realm. In other words, their sky was truly connected to the universe. At a height of 10,000 feet, a clear light appeared. It wrapped around his body and pulled him up. When he crossed a chessboard, there was a slight obstruction. Then, he suddenly felt lighter and broke free from the boundary. In the next moment, he appeared in a corridor that looked like a dam. There were 3 big words carved on the corridor: "Do not lean on the railings." The entire dam was hundreds of miles long. There was no beginning and no end. On the dam, there were hundreds of cultivators sitting cross-legged. They were not in groups of 2 or 3. Each of them was guarding a section. Obviously, they were the other Jindan cultivators from the cultivation upper realm. Lu Xiaoyi also found an open space. He could feel that there were 4 other cultivators like him. They had just arrived here. 3 of them were very unfamiliar, and 1 of them was very familiar. However, the 2 of them did not speak. They did not communicate with their consciousness. They were all cunning people. They knew that in this situation, it was best to pretend that they did not know each other. They still needed to wait for a while. The Juzian upper realm was not the last place to receive people. The Lord of Taipu still needed to wander in the universe for some time. There were still many places to receive people. In the Taipu realm, there was no sky, no earth, no stars, and no sun. Outside the dam, there was chaos. Lu Xiaoyi could not determine whether they were traveling in the main world or flying in the negative space. His star-sensing system became blurry here. This was an obstacle caused by the great difference in realm. The Lord of Taipu had a cycle of 360 years. From Yuanying to Yuanying, and from Yuanying back to Yuanying. In fact, it did not refer to Taiposhi himself, but to the sole power of the Lord of Taipu. In the Taipu realm, there was no doubt about its powerful strength. It would never change. Only the spirit of the innate spiritual treasure would change. In the body of such a top-level spiritual treasure, any Tao state power would be suppressed, unless the Lord of Taipu released the restriction. However, there was another possibility. It might not be a restriction, but when the Taipu stone flew at a speed beyond the imagination of the Golden Core cultivators, the Golden Core cultivators' perception of the stars became sluggish because of the speed, and they could not react in time. It was like a mortal sitting on a flying boat counting trees. You would never be able to count them. This was obviously not a place for communication. No one talked, and no one tried to get close. There was no conflict of words, and no conflict of behavior. They were the most outstanding people in their respective realms. They were proud in their hearts, and they were eager to fight. This made Lu Xiaoyi a little disappointed. He originally wanted to take this opportunity to understand the distribution of the universe's boundaries around the Juzian upper realm. Since everyone deliberately kept a distance, he did not need to be friendly with them. It was a little boring. Chapter 875. Time flowed by as Taiposhi flew. New cultivators continuously joined in, and gradually, the dam began to become crowded. For mortals, there was no problem in rubbing shoulders with each other. It was just like watching the waves on a large dam. However, there was a minimum safe distance between cultivators. A dam that was a few hundred li long had to accommodate hundreds of Jindan cultivators, and the distance between each other was only a few li. The key point was that there would always be cultivators who did not strictly follow the average distance between each other. Instead, it would be between 1 or 2 li. This caused the empty space to be crowded if one person was added to it, but it would be empty if no one was added to it. Thus, there would be disputes. Lu Xiaoyi was in such a situation. When he stood on the dam, he strictly followed the distance of 1 li from the Jindan cultivators on his right. However, when the cultivators on his left occupied the space after that, he maintained a distance of half a li. This was an awkward distance. Should someone be added to the middle? When there was still space on the dam, everything was not a problem. However, when the dam slowly filled up and there were more cultivators descending, they could only make use of the gaps and find a slightly wider space to settle down. As more and more cultivators entered, someone finally took a fancy to the space on Lu Xiaoyi's left. No, it was not a person, but a wild boar. Things like pigs were at the bottom of the hierarchy of demonic beasts in the cultivation world. The immemorial divine beasts looked down on them, the void beasts looked down on them, and even the ordinary demonic beasts in the ordinary cultivators' domains felt that they were unbearably filthy. However, they did not know what ability this pig had to be able to be invited up by the Lord of Simplicity. The Lord of Simplicity taught everyone without discrimination. He did not care about such things. However, humans were the most particular about the hierarchy. Therefore, most of the cultivators present, including some demonic beasts with a bit of history, revealed expressions of disgust. The wild boar appeared to be somewhat restrained. This was the first time it had seen so many cultivators. Compared to them, it was at the bottom. It did not like this place. It came from a cultivation world dominated by demonic beasts. This was not common in the various worlds of the universe. Good places could not escape the prying eyes of human cultivators. The reason why this demonic beast world could still exist was completely due to the protection of its extremely special location and environment. However, for an innate spiritual treasure like Taiposhi, there was nothing it could not dig out. The wild boar did not know why it came here. It was chaotic, as if there was a voice telling it that there was something it loved to eat in a certain upper realm. Out of instinct, it followed Qingguang and came here. In the end, it did not see anything delicious. Instead, it saw a large group of cultivators with ill intentions. This made it immediately realize that it did not matter what it ate, it being eaten by others was the most important thing. Being in the form of a pig was its biggest embarrassment. It was not that it did not want to transform into a human to keep a low profile, but it could not transform at its current level. In other words, it could not transform completely. At most, it could transform into a human face with a pig's body or a pig's face with a human's body. This was the sorrow of ordinary demonic beasts. In this aspect, they were far from those of their own kind with noble bloodlines. In fact, on the dam, there were still some demonic Jindan creatures. For example, there was a red-crowned crane. It was elegant and noble, and its behavior was calm. No one looked down on it. Some people even greeted it with kindness. This was an auspicious sign. It could be a mount or a battle companion. In addition, there was a black tiger, a big eagle, a snake, a golden turtle. Some were majestic, some were handsome, some were fierce, and some were long-lived. In comparison, its appearance and temperament were very different. It was ashamed of its inferiority. The wild boar was a little regretful. Unfortunately, it could not go back. It could only clench its teeth and endure. As a demonic beast, it also had a kind of instinct. It could instinctively distinguish which cultivators were kind to it, which were malicious, and which were completely unintentional. Unfortunately, most of them were disgusted. There was not a single one who was kind. There were only a few who did not show any emotion. It was very clear why these cultivators would express their wishes so clearly. They were not willing to let a pig like it stand by their side. This made it feel sad, and at the same time, it felt even more inferior. It wanted to find a place with a little space where its neighbors would not be malicious. Unfortunately, it could not find such a place. So it could only settle for the next best thing. It could only find a place that was not malicious and had some empty space beside it. Even so, there were not many places like this. The wild boar took a fancy to a place. On one side, there was a young cultivator who did not emit any kind or evil aura. He was only staring blankly at the chaos outside the dam. On the other side, there was a human cultivator who showed obvious dissatisfaction towards it. However, it could not care less. If it did not hurry up, it would not even have a place like this. In its heart, it was very afraid of humans. Because in the world of demonic beasts, humans were described as demons. They were cold and ruthless. Not only were they strong and powerful, they were also very cruel. They also ate meat. Demonic beasts ate fresh meat, but humans had countless cruel cooking procedures. As long as it thought of its own body being sprinkled with salt, smeared with sauce, and then roasted on a bonfire, It could not help but shudder. It timidly walked to the middle of the two people. It first stretched out its front paw to the young cultivator. Its posture was not very standard. It had just learned it. It was probably fat. In the world of demonic beasts, they did not need this. Then it snorted and said, West Lou desolate world's old pig greets fellow dayoist. This place is too crowded. I hope fellow dayoist does not mind my rudeness. HMPH, it burped. It had eaten a bit too much before coming. It knew it was impolite, but it could not help it. Food was the most important thing to a pig. The young cultivator's attitude was gentle. Although he did not reply, he nodded at it. This made the wild boar feel relieved. If it wanted to be relieved completely, it would have to depend on the attitude of the other cultivator. It still sang an unstandard fat song. Because it was the first time it had not been rejected, it spoke more fluently. West Lou desolate world's old pig greets fellow dayoist. This place is too crowded. I hope fellow dayoist does not mind my rudeness. HMPH, puff. This time, it farted. It could not be helped. When it was nervous, it liked to fart. The food it ate was also mixed, so the taste was, this human cultivator did not hide the disgust in his heart. Scram. I don't care where you go, just don't stand next to me. How many days have you not bathed? And you're still farting. Do you deliberately not want me to comprehend the realm of heaven and earth transformation? Bath? What was that? Did demonic beasts need to bathe? For the wild boar, rolling in the mud and rubbing on the fat under the big trees was what it relied on to live until now. If it did not bathe, it would lose half of its life. I'm sorry for the fumes. I'm very quiet. I won't disturb fellow dayoist. If you fart again, I'll just hold it. I have nowhere else to go. That cultivator did not let it go. Are you leaving or not? If not, when the Taipu spiritual opportunity appears, I'll kill you first and feed you to the dogs. Before he finished speaking, there was another puff. But this time, it was not the wild boar. The wild boar shook its front hooves. It wanted to say that it was not the one who farted, but it was afraid of implicating the person who farted. For a moment, the big pig's face turned red. But then it heard a voice say, I'm the one who farted. What are you going to do about it? Even immortals can't stop people from breathing. You're quite arrogant. Do you keep your word in Taipu? Are you dreaming? Chapter 876. The one who spoke was the young man on the other side of the wild boar. Seeing that the two human cultivators were about to quarrel over it, the wild boar did not want to cause trouble, but trouble came knocking on its door. Heh, it's all old pig's fault, causing the two of you to be estranged. Heh, old pig will leave now, the young man snorted, go somewhere else and experience this kind of humiliation again. Old pig stopped in his tracks. That's right, if he changed places, wouldn't he have to go through it again? Then he might as well grit his teeth and bear with it here. That cultivator narrowed his eyes, but did not even look at the wild boar, only staring at that young man. Dragon Slayer Liu's issue, may I ask your name? It's good that we can get closer to each other. The young man sneered, Juzian is single-eared, it's best not to get close, otherwise I'm afraid that someone will not be able to get out of the Taipu realm. Liu's issue's gaze was like a knife. No wonder. I was wondering which realm had such a compassionate heart. So it's the Juzian people hiding behind the chessboard, the first realm in the universe. How impressive, how eloquent. But there is no chessboard here. I wonder where your courage comes from. Lu Xiaoyi did not bother with him anymore. There was no point in saying more. When it was time to fight for the Taipu ancient spirit, who stood and who fell, that was the truth. He never discriminated against the demonic beasts, but he also never liked them. So, ever since he started cultivating, he had never tamed a demonic beast, even if it was a pet. This wild boar was dirty and smelly. If it was another occasion, he would also despise it. But he did not understand, why did he get angry so quickly when others despised this wild boar? This should not be the behavior of a mature Jindan cultivator. He was too impulsive and not calm enough, Whether it was his personal preference or his rational choice, he should not offend a powerful human for a dirty pig. But he still did it. Thinking about it now, he felt that it was somewhat inconceivable. So be it, it's not a big deal. If that dragon-slaying cultivator did not purposely find trouble with him, he would also not take the initiative to find trouble with him. He had heard too much of the quarrels and harsh words between cultivators, so he did not take it to heart. Furthermore, what the other party said was also reasonable. However, if that dragon-slaying cultivator really came to find trouble with him during the Tai-Pu Ancient Spirit segment, he would not mind sending him to the Western Paradise. This was his principle of doing things. It was just a dispute that could not be any more normal in the world of cultivators. He did not care about the boar who looked down on him or the dragon slayer who cast gloomy glances at him from time to time. What he paid attention to were other things. As more and more cultivators descended, he finally understood some of the basic rules that Lord Tai Plainness used to pull people in. First of all, there was no discrimination in education. Regardless of race, it was the same for carnate numinous treasures. They were all non-numinous treasures. There was no such thing as high or low, nor was there any consideration of the substantial hegemony of human beings in the cultivation world of the universe. Secondly, Juzian, the so-called number one realm in the universe, did not receive any preferential treatment in terms of numbers. Including him, there were a total of 5 people in Juzian. Every time Taiposhi stopped to receive cultivators from different realms, there would always be 5 people. This meant that Lord Tai Plainness did not care about the size of each realm or how strong they were. Instead, it was truly an equal distribution of 5 people in each realm. Even the desolate world of Silu, where the wild boar was, had 5 demonic beasts, just that they were not 5 pigs. It was very fair. The reception was nearing its end. The number of Jindan, which was more than 300 people, meant that Lord Tai Plainness had traveled to more than 70 cultivation upper realms. This kind of mobility was indeed shocking. However, once one thought about its roots, it was not worth making a fuss about. When the number of Jindan reached 360, Lord Tai Plainness stopped the reception and the spiritual assembly began. In the depths of Taiposhi, a consciousness was silently observing those living beings. It was neither worried nor happy. How many years had it been? It was almost impossible to remember clearly. In the cultivation realm, everyone said that pre-celestial spiritual treasures had the least desires. This was because their lifespan was as long as the heavens. This was not true. As long as it was a living being, as long as it had consciousness, it would definitely have desires. Its desire was to break through the vicious cycle of this realm and take another step forward in its realm. It had a reason why it had to achieve this goal. In the long changes of its life, it gradually found a way to break the vicious cycle. That was to preach and place its hopes on the future. With its own strength, it would never be able to break through this vicious cycle. It could only help other living beings and let them understand the changes of the universe, the changes of the heavens and the earth, and the rules of the heavens. Then, it gave its most precious Taiposhi ancient spirit, hoping that one day, one of the living beings it helped would be able to ascend to the celestial realm. As long as one of them succeeded, it would be the day it broke through the vicious cycle and was reborn. Therefore, in the cultivation realm, there was no such thing as an opportunity for no reason. There was no such thing as an unrequited sacrifice. If you could not see it, it was only because your realm was not high enough. Becoming a celestial was an illusory goal for cultivators. The frequency of new people appearing in the celestial realm could be counted in tens of thousands of years. There were countless universes. Therefore, its current actions were no different from looking for a needle in a haystack. It had been fishing for hundreds of thousands of years and would continue to do so because it had an endless lifespan. If it wanted to support the right person, it needed a reliable target location. Which universe, which realm was most likely to produce a celestial? It originally had a target location. That star realm had produced a celestial in tens of thousands of years. Unfortunately, pre-celestial spiritual treasures also had their own territories. How could it allow outsiders to step into its territory? In that star realm, there was already a powerful pre-celestial spiritual treasure guarding it. Its realm was even higher than it, so it could not interfere. Therefore, it could only guard these dozens of universes and spread its net all over the sky, hoping to catch a big fish, to relieve itself of the pain of the cycle of several eras. If it wanted cultivators to be able to help it, it could only start from Jindan. Borrowing the opportunity of cultivators forming their nascent souls, it could use the connection established by the ancient spirits of Taipu to complete its self-redemption. Another 360 years had passed, and it was another cycle. It had long since learned to not have any hope of becoming an immortal among this batch of people. This was what time had taught it. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment in the future. When everyone arrived, it casually found an anchorage in the universe and prepared to start. It had been doing this for hundreds of thousands of years and experienced countless changes in the world. This was not something it deliberately did, but a natural and uncontrollable action of its body under the constraints of the heavenly Tao. It was this endless cycle of demonstration that caused it to be in an endless cycle. What it wanted to do was to bring these living beings over, and then let its body evolve those eternals under the control of the heavenly Tao. It also hoped that there would be cultivators who would be able to discover something in this eternity and be able to continue walking. Chapter 877. There was no admonishment, no forward, and no encouragement. Even the person could not be seen or heard. After hundreds of thousands of years of repetition, an ancient soul would no longer be able to maintain its initial enthusiasm for anything meaningful. It was already not easy for it to persevere until now. No one paid attention to the master's strangeness, because every cultivator could feel that there was a slight change in the chaotic space outside the dam. There was a mysterious force brewing and accumulating. All the cultivators standing on the dam, no matter if they were human cultivators, beast cultivators, or other messy orthodoxies, when the chaotic changes of the universe finally began to appear, they threw everything to the back of their minds and focused on the changes in front of them. This was the only time in their lives that they would not be able to see it all over again if they did not pay attention. A trace of purple gas appeared in the chaotic space, stirring up inexplicably. To be honest, such a big scene was too advanced for cultivators at the level of Jindan. It was very difficult to understand. It should be understood after the cultivators entered the Yuanying realm. However, the Master of Simplicity had no choice. If he found some Yuanying to comprehend it, they might be able to comprehend more and deeper. However, the problem was that after they had comprehended it, it would have nothing to do with the Master of Simplicity. Even if it was a primordial spiritual treasure, it might be possible for it to show mercy once in a while, but to expect it to contribute for hundreds of thousands of years was also a fantasy. It could only depend on one's own ability to comprehend it. Chaos referred to the state of qi, form, and substance before the formation of the universe. It was a stage in the ancient time concept, after the fourth Taisu of the five Tai Tian Tai Tian Tai Tian. In the past, the sages unified yin and yang. Those with form were born in formlessness, and the world was peaceful. It was said that there was Tai Yi, Tai Chu, Tai Shu, and Tai Su. Tai Yi did not see qi, Tai Chu, the beginning of qi, Tai Shu, the beginning of qi, Tai Su, the beginning of substance. Qi, form, and substance were present but not separated. Hence, it was said to be chaotic. Chaotic, it was said that all things were chaotic but not separated. Not seen, not heard, and not followed. Hence, it was said to be yi. Changeable is formless, changeable is 1, changeable is 7, changeable is 9. 9 changes, in the end, were repeated changes into 1. Firstly, it was the beginning of the transformation. Clear and light is heaven above, turbid and heavy is earth below, and qi is man. Therefore, heaven and earth contain essence, and all living things are born. In theory, Lu Xiaoyi understood it, but if he wanted to combine it with the changes in reality, it was a completely different matter. He immediately noticed that he was utterly unable to grasp the slightest change amidst the myriad of threads at the beginning of the chaos. Because this process contained 36 carnate grand Taos and countless post-celestial grand Taos. Every single cultivator from every single sect would be able to find what they needed from this, and tracking the changes in every single grand Dao was something that probably even a god wouldn't be able to accomplish. He could only focus on the aspect that he was most familiar with, and not end up with nothing after studying everything. He had a few directions: the lesser Xiantian Dao, the Star Dao, and the Slaughter Dao. These two directions were not obvious when the chaos was first formed, but they would appear more often at the end of the universe's transformation. In order to make the best use of this opportunity, there was only one innate Dao that was most suitable, the Dao of Five Element. A great Dao that ran through the changes of the universe. It was also the great Dao that he had invested the most time and energy into. He had no other choice. He could only deepen his understanding of the five elements here, from the perspective of a mountain, a stone, and a river to the perspective of the entire universe. This was a huge leap, and there were many things that he was still unable to comprehend for the time being. He could only comprehend as much as he could. But in his heart, he was quite dissatisfied with this kind of comprehension environment. It was equivalent to letting a primary school student who had just learned how to add, subtract, multiply, and divide into a university's mathematics church. He didn't memorize, and it was useless to memorize. He could only comprehend, and follow what he could understand. Even if the path of the five elements was getting narrower, at least he could still understand. What's the use of looking at things that you don't understand? The cultivation world was a competition of understanding, and not how much memory one had. Among the 360 cultivators, most of the human cultivators were the same as Lu Xiaoyi, grasping the key points, grasping the core, grasping their own strengths, and focusing on a single direction. This was the core philosophy of hundreds of years of cultivation. Just like how Lu Xiaoyi looked at the five elements, Qing Xian must be looking at yin and yang. Taiposhi's chaotic changes of the universe waited for no one. He wouldn't give you the time to ask your teacher if you didn't understand, or to flip through the ancient book. Of course, there were also a few who were like a bear breaking a stick. Those were the cultivators with weak willpower, lack of decisiveness, and dabbling in a wide range of things. When the treasure was suddenly opened, they simply couldn't control the greed in their hearts. The demon cultivators were relatively simple. They definitely paid attention to things related to their natal supernatural powers. This was not knowledge, but instinct. There were also those who were dancing with joy, scratching their ears and cheeks in joy. But in fact, they were just watching the fun. If you asked them what they had comprehended from it, they would also be confused. For example, the wild boar. This was also a kind of joy. It was also a kind of harvest. The harvest might be a flash of inspiration in the future due to fate. At this time, no one cared about it anymore. When the cultivator was immersed in his own Tao state world, all the noise around him didn't exist. This kind of comprehension was more of a summary and provided a direction. It required the cultivator to go back and spend a lot of time to deepen, strengthen, and expand it. The universe had changed for at least hundreds of millions of years, and had gone through many eras. If such a long time of changes were to be condensed into a period of time allowed by a human's lifespan, it could be imagined how hurried and urgent it would be, not to mention that in Taiposhi's short 1 year, the details were blurred. Expecting to comprehend Tao overnight in such an environment was disrespectful to Tao. Half a year had passed, and the outside of the dam was no longer chaotic. It had entered the post-universe development period, and the changes of the five elements were no longer so violent. They had become gentle and calm. Lu Xiaoyi finally had a chance to observe the state of the cultivators around him. This was not because he was absent-minded, but because he didn't take Taiposhi's comprehension as an opportunity for a carp to leap over the dragon's gate. Whoever thought so was a fool. It had to be said that as the top Jin Dan in the dozens of nearby universes, most of them had strong hearts and steel-like wills. Some continued to study, some closed their eyes and reflected, some turned away, some communicated in 2s and 3s, some lay down to sleep, some strolled along the dam, and some gorged themselves. The gorging was right next to him. The wild boar opened its big mouth and had a huge stomach. It was holding the last piece of bone and slowly licking it. It had been too long, and it didn't carry enough food. It also didn't plan well, so it was normal for it to miss the next meal. Now, it was licking the bone in its mouth while looking around with its small eyes. Unfortunately, how could this place be a place to hunt for food? Just when it was bored to death and didn't even have something to grind its teeth with, a storage ring was thrown in front of it. Suddenly, a pile of food poured out from it. It was smoked, pickled, roasted, air-dried, and smoked. The wild boar lay on the ground with its belly on the ground. It gave the young day oyster a firm salute and then opened its mouth to chew. Chapter 878. A year later, the changes in the universe outside the dam began to stabilize. This indicated that the first phase of Taiposhi was about to end. After the appetizer, it was time for the main course. To the Jindan cultivators, the first phase of the chaos change was uncertain. Was it not important? No, it was extremely important. The problem was that they could not enjoy it fully yet. It was like ants chewing on an elephant. Were they full? They were full, but the problem was that they were far from the essence. The Taipu ancient spirit was the most practical. It had a decisive effect on every cultivator's path to the upper realm. Furthermore, the process was controllable. At the very least, they could use their own strength to fight for it and not passively endure it. This time, there was finally a voice. It was an emotionless voice, as though it was talking about something unrelated to it. The Taipu ancient spirit comes from the chaos. There are 36, and it depends on one's fate. The path of cultivation is survival of the fittest. Enter my Taipu, and your life and death will be decided by the heavens. The meaning of the Taipu Lord was clear. This time, the chaos change in the universe produced a total of 36 Taipu ancient spirits, corresponding to 360 Jindan cultivators. On average, 10 people would fight for one strand. This probability was extremely low. But in the eyes of the Jindan stage cultivators, the change in the primal chaos was a free win. There was another 10% chance of the Taipu ancient spirit, so it was still worth participating. Taking risks was the normal state of a cultivator's cultivation. With their respective positions in the domain, who would think that they were weaker than others? Once the dam's restrictions were lifted, Lu Xiaoyi felt his perception of the stars returning to his body. This was probably because the Taipu Lord had removed the restrictions on the cultivators. What was left was to consider how to use his own ability to obtain the Taipu ancient spirit in this small universe formed by the chaos. The Jindan cultivators were either hurried or slow. They all disappeared into the small universe. From the dam, the small universe in Taiposhi did not seem big. But when they flew in, they knew what a universe was. Trying to find 10 strands of Taipu ancient spirit in such an environment was like looking for a needle in a haystack. Lu Xiaoyi was the kind of person who was neither in a hurry nor in a hurry. He always insisted that there was nothing on the path of cultivation that could decide a cultivator's fate for the rest of his life, especially for someone like him who had invested far more in the sword Dao than in the cultivation of cultivation methods. How much weaker would an ordinary extraterrestrial spiritium be than a great simplicity ancient spirit? Then before the appearance of the great simplicity ancient spirit, how did cultivators ascend the immortal gate? Moreover, looking at the history of Zhuxian, there was no mention of a certain person becoming an immortal because he obtained the Taipu ancient spirit. Thus, if he obtained it, it was his fortune. If he did not, it was his fate. That was all. The wild boar was still dawdling behind him. Lu Xiaoyi could ignore the cultivator's threat, but it couldn't. Therefore, when it saw Lu Xiaoyi slowly flying away, it didn't dare to follow. It wasn't sure if this young cultivator would help it in a life-and-death situation. Helping it to quarrel and giving it food didn't mean that he would help it fight with his life. These were two different concepts. The wild boar was very clear about this. Until it saw the cultivator who hated it fly away, the wild boar decisively chose the opposite direction and ran as fast as lightning. Its goal wasn't to find the so-called Great Simplicity ancient spirit. What was there to eat? It was just a puff of smoke, a puff of air, there was nothing to chew on and no taste. Its goal was to preserve its little life and survive this second trial. Then it would return to the deserted world of Sailu in one piece and continue its carefree life. As a type of demon beast, the wild boar's abilities were very limited. It didn't have any remarkable abilities. Did having a big stomach count? It estimated that when it was far away from the malicious cultivator, it slowly stopped running and walked leisurely. It thought that since this small universe had boundaries, mountains, and rivers, would there also be living creatures? It was hungry and needed to fill its stomach. It would be best if it could hunt some wild game. It wasn't picky about what to eat, it would even eat grass when it was hungry, but it wasn't at that stage yet. It wasn't picky about wild game, except for two kinds of meat. One was pork, which was its own kind. Although it was very rude, it couldn't eat its own kind. The other was rabbit, which was a little strange. It couldn't figure out why it didn't eat rabbit. It wasn't because of the meat, but an inexplicable influence. It just didn't want to hurt such cute little animals. It slowed down and wandered around the various terrains in the small universe. There were floating mountains, floating rivers, vast plains, and dense forests, but there were no living creatures living in them. Because life needed time to nurture, it was okay to evolve mountains, rivers, and celestial bodies, but it was immoral to evolve life. Even the heavenly axiom wouldn't deliberately accelerate the growth of life under such circumstances. So, there was nothing to eat. The wild boar was a little depressed, but it wasn't a pig that gave up easily. There were no living creatures, but there were still mountain products and fruits that could fill its stomach. It had to find more. The small universe wasn't small. 360 cultivators were thrown in, but it didn't seem crowded at all. It was rare to bump into other people in the process of flying, which made the wild boar feel a little relieved. It began to fly according to its instinct to find food. If it had to say what kind of magical ability it had, then it had a natural instinct for things that could enter its mouth. Just like now, after flying for a few days, it felt a lot of things on its left side, so it flew according to its instinct. When it flew into a stone forest, it was a little confused. Yes, this was the place. But what could be in a stone forest? Delicious wild mushrooms appeared in the wild boar's mind. That's right, this must be it. Although wild mushrooms were more fragrant when stewed with meat, when there was no other way, the taste of raw mushrooms was also not bad. It began to regret eating all the food in the young man's storage ring. Wouldn't it be better to leave some for stewing? The stone forest wasn't too big, and it was bare. After circling around, the wild boar didn't find anything, not to mention wild mushrooms. There wasn't even moss. This made him doubt his instinct. In this place, he couldn't even find food. He was a little unwilling. When he carefully searched for the second time, he found something unusual. In a deep crevice, there seemed to be something unusual. His obsession with food made him never give up. So he crouched beside the crevice and stuck his head in. One of his long noses was shaking desperately, trying to figure out what treasure was hidden in there. Disturbed by him, that strange thing was actually a living creature. With a flash of light, it fled outside. The wild boar wanted to chase after it, but suddenly felt the power of a spell fluctuating behind him. With the ability that he had trained in the wild for thousands of years, he somersaulted on the ground and dodged the spell. When he looked up again, he saw a figure chasing after the light and leaving behind a sentence. Only the virtuous can obtain natural spiritual object. You, a wild boar demon, want to waste natural resources? This time I'll teach you a lesson. Next time, I won't show you any mercy. Chapter 879. The wild boar understood that it was not food, it was the gift from the Lord of Simplicity, the ancient Simplicity Spirit. It found the ancient Simplicity Spirit, and the unknown cultivator found it. Seeing its strange behavior, to be honest, the wild boar did not care much about this thing. There were so many senior monsters in the deserted world of Silu. Without this thing, they could still become Yuaniing, but it had never heard of anyone who used the ancient Simplicity Spirit to become more powerful. It could also be that it was ignorant, but the wild boar always thought that the ancient Simplicity Spirit might be more useful to humans. It could not accept this kind of method. If that human cultivator had asked for it, it would have generously given the opportunity to him. Who knew, it might even have been able to make a human friend. It wouldn't have been treated like a fool and a moron who stole its opportunity and even threatened it. Were all humans so domineering? The mountain boar was very sad. Its strength was not enough. Moreover, in its hometown, disputes were all fair and above board. It was unlike here, where the existence of human cultivators caused everything to be filled with variables. It was trapped in this situation and could not see clearly. The sadness passed quickly, but the hunger remained. Soon, the wild boar began to look for food happily. Its luck was not bad. A few days later, it found the smell of food in a pool of water. Would there be fish? The wild boar was not sure. It dived into the water, and there was not a single fish hair. But there was a glimmer hidden in the ripples of the water. Was it another wisp of ancient simplicity spirit? The wild boar did not know whether its luck was good or bad. But since it had nothing to do, why not catch it first? Its underwater skills were limited. It could avoid water, but its movements were too big. While it was chasing the ancient simplicity spirit underwater, it was as if there was a monster running amok in the water. Such movements could not be hidden from the cultivators in the sky, and there were two of them. Just like last time, no one negotiated with it, and they directly used spells to talk. The result was no different. The wild boar fled, leaving behind two cultivators to fight over it. The wild boar felt very wronged. It was injured this time, but this kind of pain was nothing to a wild boar. The real pain was in its heart. No one accepted it. No one wanted to be his friend. Because it didn't bathe, was ugly, and liked to fart. But it had its own pride. Especially when they were full. At the same time, it realized that there was no food in this place. It could still feel it because what it felt was too simple and ancient. It could no longer rely on its intuition to find food because it might find trouble. The wild boar started to wander around in boredom. It even started to consider if it should just find a place to sleep, and sleep until the 36 strands of Taisu ancient souls were taken. In a muddle, the wild boar started to change its strategy. It wanted to find a comfortable place where it could not be easily disturbed to sleep. In its 1,000 years of cultivation, whenever it was hungry and had no food, it would sleep to forget its hunger and satisfy its appetite in its dreams. But before it could find a shelter from the wind and rain, another figure appeared in the sky, and it felt goosebumps all over its body. It chose a direction and ran away. Following closely behind was the figure of a cultivator in hot pursuit. The wild boar was not stupid, especially when it was a matter of life and death. There were no coincidences in the cultivation world. To meet its only enemy in such a vast universe, there could only be one answer. The other party was deliberately looking for it. Just for a few words, was it worth it? And it was not the one who said the real harsh word. When the wild boar ran for its life, its speed was actually not slow. As a type of demon beast, even the lowest level pig had the instincts of a beast. Moreover, it was a Jindan level pig. But at the same time, it could not shake off the pursuer behind it, nor could it avoid the spells that were constantly attacking it. Its skin was rough, its flesh was thick, its blood was abundant, it had strong resistance, and it did not bathe. Basically, it was the wild boar's trump card. Even if it was continuously attacked by a top Jindan cultivator, it would not be weakened in the slightest. Just like how it was impossible for a mortal to control an injured wild boar, it was also difficult for a cultivator to control a demon boar of the same level. When it exploded with brute force and used its life to open a passage, no control spells could restrain it. Along the way, they met other cultivators, but no one interfered with the humans chasing after the wild boar. Not to mention the humans, even a red-crowned crane turned a blind eye to this. It probably never acknowledged that this fellow was also a demon beast. The wild boar knew that it could not maintain this state for too long. The reason why it did not turn back and fight to the death was because it still had a glimmer of hope. It hoped that it could meet the human youth who spoke for it again. This was the reason why it chose to run in this direction. If it did not meet him, it would turn back and struggle. It knew that the hope was very small. It was also because he wanted to exhaust the wild boar's potential as much as possible that the cultivator was careless in his pursuit. He was enjoying the process. A beast that dared to ignore his words What right did it have to gather with the humans to fight for the opportunity? Behind his carelessness was a hidden ruthlessness and cruelty. The wild boar ran in despair. It ran in despair. The direction it chose was the direction that the young cultivator was flying in. It was close to the dam, but it did not meet him. This could only mean that he had already changed his direction, or he had already sped up and left. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to still dawdle in front of the dam after a few days. Lu Xiaoyi was indeed dawdling. His philosophy had always been to not pursue things with a small probability. A 10% probability was no longer a matter of fighting power, but a matter of whether he could touch it or not. Instead of tirelessly searching everywhere like a dog, it was better to do something certain. For example, being in the small universe, he could more directly experience the changes of the 5 elements here. Although the evolution of heaven and earth had ended, it meant that the changes were no longer intense. Compared to the normal world, the changes of the 5 elements here could still be said to be endless. He could do this because he had a deeper understanding of the 5 elements than others. This was the benefit of certainty. He could touch it and see it. If he had a little bit of luck in the process, it would be best if he met a wisp of ancient spirit. If he did not meet it, at least he would gain more than 90% of the cultivators. This was his philosophy. There was a violent spiritual opportunity in front of him. His spirit was good, and he instantly understood what was happening. He sighed. The persistence and self-esteem of the cultivators were annoying. Did they not know what it meant to take a step back and be at peace? He was not stupid enough to hurt a human cultivator in order to protect an animal. All of this was for himself. Because such a person could not let go of a mere wild boar, it was even more impossible for him to let him go. There was a reason for him to draw his sword. A burst of sword light rose up and whizzed out. Chapter 880. The wild boar's divine sense was far inferior to Lu Xiaoyi's. Hence, before it could sense the person, it had already seen the overwhelming sword light. This made it widen its eyes in despair. It was somewhat regretful. If it had known this would happen, it would have fought to the death with that cultivator. Even if it was destined to die, at least it would have fought to its heart's content. Its skin was thick and tough against the spells of the Dharma meridians. It was not at an advantage against the body cultivators. What it was most afraid of was this kind of flying sword with extremely strong penetrative power. Its thick skin was completely useless against such flying swords. When it was full of vitality, it might be able to withstand a few swords, but its current situation, the flying swords almost brushed past its body. Due to inertia, the wild boar's speed did not decrease at all. Then, it saw the only young cultivator in the Tai-Pu realm that it felt close to. It could not speak for the time being, because the flying swords came one after another, endless and endless. Even though it knew that these flying swords could not pierce it, the wild boar tried to fly as straight as possible. It was afraid that one of the flying swords would miss its aim and pierce a hole in its body. When it finally stopped running, the sky had become quiet. Not only could it not see the flying swords, even the cultivator who was chasing it could not be seen. Where is he? Tempech, where did he go? The wild boar was still somewhat confused. Lu Xiaoyi played it down. I persuaded him to leave. Why, do you have anything to say to him? The wild boar finally saw a piece of the Taoist robe in the sky falling slowly in the breeze. It could not help but feel a chill in its heart. It was safe, but it had also come to the side of a big insect. It just did not know the appetite of this big insect. No, nothing to say. Chimph, thank you for your help. You are my second parent. If you have any orders, I, old boar, will not hesitate to go through water and tread on fire. Lu Xiaoyi waved his hand. Second parent? Are you scolding me in a roundabout way? I'm helping myself, not you. Don't take it to heart. What he said was the truth. Such a vengeful person, he definitely couldn't let him go. Maybe he could persuade him and smooth things over, but don't forget, there were 5 cultivators from each realm in this Tai-Pu realm, who knew if he would gather others to join forces and provoke him. He was afraid of trouble, so he was used to solving the problem first. He continued to fly forward. He did not need a dirty pig to be deeply grateful to him. He had already done two very inexplicable things in this trip to the Taipu realm, and both of them were related to this pig. It was just like how deep the relationship between this wild boar and him was. It was something that needed to be carefully considered. While he was minding his own business, the wild boar was pondering behind him. Don't be fooled by its ugly appearance and stupid appearance, but when it really put its heart into it, it had some tricks up its sleeves. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to live until now and become a Jindan. It knew very well how difficult it was to find a person, or rather, a pig, in such a large space like the universe. It was purely a matter of luck. Yet, that damned bastard was able to find it. He must have asked around before he was able to pinpoint its exact location. In other words, there were other people, and there was more than one difficulty, who knew that dead man was looking for trouble with a pig. Then now that dead man was dead, and the pig was still alive, what would happen? At the very least, this dead man's realm would definitely not forgive it. Perhaps even other human cultivators who loathed it. It found that although it had temporarily escaped from its predicament, there was an even bigger predicament waiting for it. How to solve it? Right now, it seemed that there was only one way. Lu Xiaoyi felt the wild boar's sneaky actions behind him, and couldn't help but frown. What? Why don't you go and try your luck? Why are you following me? The wild boar gathered its courage. This old boar has a skill. I can find spiritual opportunity. Since Dao Friend has helped me out of my predicament, this old boar is not someone who does not repay kindness. I am willing to lead the way for Dao Friend to find the great simplicity ancient spirit. Lu Xiaoyi gave a smile that was not a smile. You are afraid that others will find trouble with you, so you followed behind me to seek protection, right? If you have something to say, then say it honestly. Where did you learn to be so secretive, not telling the truth at all? The wild boar's face turned red, and explained, Dao Friend is wise. This old boar does indeed have the intention to seek protection, but it is also true that I can find spiritual opportunity. In these few days, this old boar found two strands of great simplicity ancient spirit, but in the end, they were both snatched away by others. If there is even half a word of falsehood, this old boar will be struck by lightning. Lu Xiaoyi did not think that it would dare to lie to him. This old boar was not that stupid. But he was really curious, what ability did the wild boar have, to dare to boast that it could find great simplicity ancient spirit? It was worth a try. All right. You can follow me, but I cannot guarantee your absolute safety. You should know about the matters of cultivation. The wild boar opened its mouth. I know, I know. If we really meet a battle, this old boar will help if I can. If I can't, I will run. I will definitely not cause trouble for Dao Friend. Running away is my specialty. A human and a boar. This was a strange combination. Lu Xiaoyi was still unhurriedly carrying out his research on the 5 elements. The wild boar who had completely let go of its worries completely, for the first time, it rejected Lu Xiaoyi's food. Let's go out and eat. This old boar's ability to find food, oh no, the ability to find spiritual opportunity, the hungrier it is, the more effective it is. Once I am full, I will not feel anything. The Lord of Simplicity watched every movement within the great simplicity realm. In the past, it would not do this. Once the small universe was opened up, it would allow the practitioners to play around, it would definitely not interfere, but this time, the situation was different. Because it found two very interesting little fellows. As an innate spiritual treasure, even if it was only in the realm of Yuanying, it could not lose some of its innate special abilities. For example, it had a special ability to identify qi. This was the special ability of an ancient product of chaos. It did not sound very useful, but in some aspects, it could be done. Even a real deity might not be able to do it. Any product of the universe, whether it was a star, a meteorite, or a celestial body, it could accurately determine their growth rings and their origin with just a glance of its aura. As for people, as long as it scanned them, its origin would be clear. There was no way it would make a mistake. Just like now, among the 360 Jindan practitioners, it found two fellows who did not belong to the dozens of universes. If it was a nascent soul stage cultivator or a perfected cultivator, such a situation would be very normal since they could already travel in the void. However, if it was a golden core stage cultivator who could not leave the domain and had no roots in these dozens of universes, such a situation would be very thought-provoking. Of course, it would not expose it. It had existed for hundreds of thousands of years. It knew the truth of the cultivation world that could not be exposed. It did not have this obligation. It was even more unwilling to bear the karma that came from it, so even if it was two strange little Jin Dan who crossed over through some unknown method, it was only a small matter. It was not worth making a fuss about. But the problem was, it knew the origin of these two little fellows. Chapter 881. Recognizing auras was Tai Pu Jun's instinct. It could see through the celestial bodies in the universe at a glance. It was the same for people, but it had some limitations. For example, it needed to be familiar with the aura of a certain universe or a certain region to be able to determine the origin of people and living beings. It hadn't traveled through all the universes, so there would always be auras that it didn't know, or most of them. However, it was familiar with the auras of these two little guys, because it had once hoped to wander in that region of space, because that region of space was the place where it thought it was most likely for another immortal to appear. The reason why it didn't stay was because there was an even more ferocious innate spiritual treasure in that place. It was a big tree whose realm was above it. Therefore, it couldn't stay. One universe couldn't accommodate the existence of two innate spiritual treasures. There had to be a first-come, first-served rule. It was the latecomer. It was precisely because it had been to that place that it was very familiar with the aura of that place. It was completely sure that these two little guys must have come from that place. This made it very interested, because it had always thought that the cultivators from that place had the possibility of becoming immortals. This possibility was far greater than the possibility of these dozens of universes. Becoming immortals was a very elusive thing. For an innate spiritual treasure like it relied on its feelings. Then, could one of these two little fellows be his future benefactor? The probability was infinitely small, but no matter how low it was still greater than the other 300 cultivators. It had already wandered in the dozens of universes nearby for hundreds of thousands of years. The highest cultivation level that it had helped were only two half-immortals, and they had long been buried. For an existence like it, what it valued the most was change. If everything remained the same, it could be sure that the 300 people this time still wouldn't have the future it hoped for. However, if there was a change, then there were countless possibilities, especially if they came from that place. It liked change. Change meant that it might be a good beginning. Therefore, it began to pay attention to these two little guys. Of the two people, one of them was of the orthodox Daoist lineage of humanity, originating from the most ancient three-clear Taoism. He had a sense of propriety in his actions and knew when to advance and retreat. He had a deep understanding of yin and yang. At first glance, one could tell that he was a rare seed of cultivation. The other came from a vicious sword vein. It was the famous Shenyuan sect in the universe. 10,000 years ago, it was this Shenyuan sect that produced a great figure. Even the immortal realm was shaken by his sword. That was the golden immortal realm of the great all-embracing heaven. Unfortunately, the appearance of these two people caused ripples to appear in its heart that had not fluctuated for a long time, but it could not tell which one was more hopeful. 3 pure ones. The 3 pure ones had quite a few people up there, so how could they be any more arrogant? Shenyuan. The last one had almost overturned the celestial world. How could there be another one? No matter what, it felt that it should give the appropriate amount of attention. Who could say for sure what would happen in the future? However, it would not interfere rashly because it knew the implications of the cultivation world. If it did not interfere, there was hope for its own problem to be solved. If it directly interfered, it would be easy to get involved. The wild boar was depressed, very depressed. When it first came in, it easily found the two Taisu ancient spirits. However, after following the swordsman for a few days, it did not find anything. This made it very anxious as it was eager to prove itself. It needed to prove that it was not only able to eat, but also had other uses. Human cultivators never had much patience for useless companions. The swordsman's voice sounded in its ear, "Don't run around there. I'm not blaming you, so why are you so anxious? The main reason is that I'm too slow. This area has been plowed by others, so it's normal that we can't find the ancient spirit. Relax, do you want to eat something?" The wild boar shook its head firmly. Before it helped the swordsman find the ancient spirits, it swore that it would not eat a single bite. The more the swordsman understood it, the more it was motivated. It wanted the swordsman to know that it was a good companion, not a cowardly piece of trash that only knew how to eat and drink. Another 2 days passed. The swordsman had finished his cultivation for the time being and increased his speed. This made the wild boar let out a sigh of relief. It was really difficult to find anything by always looking at the places that others had walked. On this day, a man and a boar were walking through the boundless terrain of the small universe. Suddenly, the wild boar twitched its nose and flew diagonally, opening its mouth and shouting, "Chimph, over here, over here. I finally found you." This was a reed marsh. The grass was tall and there was no one around. When the breeze blew, the reed marsh was like a piece of silk with smooth waves. The color of the water reflected the sunlight, making it a very suitable place to hide spiritual vigor. The wild boar circled above the reed marsh and quickly narrowed down the range of its target. When it was done, Lu Xiaoyi also felt it. He had to admit that everything in the world had its own mysteries. Even if Lu Xiaoyi's swordsmanship was high and his mental strength was strong, he was far inferior to the wild boar when it came to finding the ancient spirit. Of course, he could not search every inch of the area. If he only used his divine sense, he would definitely miss it. There was nothing he could not admit. Lu Xiaoyi nodded and praised, "Old boar, you're so stubborn. If it was me, I wouldn't have felt it no matter what. How about this, old boar, you go first. I'll be on the lookout. The next one will be mine." The wild boar was very touched. Although the swordsman was ruthless, he was really reasonable and did not use his power to bully a pig. How good would it be if all humans were like that? However, he refused firmly, "Old boar will take the ancient spirits after you. Mate, I may be stupid, but I know the rules. If you don't take it, old boar will not take it." Me. Lu Xiaoyi was not pretentious. He knew the wild boar's intentions. It wanted to repay him for saving its life. There was no need for him to hypocritically give in. How big of a deal could it be? He laughed, "Then I'll accept your kindness. Back off and watch me show you what I'm going to do." The wild boar leaped to a high place and looked around. In its heart, every time it found the ancient spirits of Taisu, someone would definitely jump out to rob it. It needed to be very careful. However, after waiting for a while, there was no one in the surrounding space. It could not help but sigh. The heavenly Tao also bullied the weak and feared the strong. When it was its turn, everything was not going well. However, when it was the swordsman's turn to collect the ancient spirits, those robbers were nowhere to be seen. Could it be that they knew they could not snatch it, so they did not dare to come? Lu Xiaoyi exerted his strength below, but he was a little embarrassed. Because this thing was spiritual, it was extremely sensitive to the aura of a swordsman like him. He could not even get close to it, let alone collect it. The speed of the ancient spirits of Taisu was very fast. As a natural product of the Taisu realm, it had no shape and no substance. It was not something that a cultivator's escape technique could catch up to. It always maintained a certain distance from him. He had a feeling that if this thing really ran away after a long time, he would not be able to catch up to it. What should he do? Use the flying sword? This was a terrible idea. Moreover, even the flying sword might not be able to beat this kind of spiritual object in terms of speed. After thinking for a while, he had to change his method of collecting the ancient spirit. Thus, he restrained his aura and released the natural big spotted bird from the Sparrow Palace. It did not have any aura, as if it was one with the small universe. Chapter 882. This time, the Tai Pu Jiu Ling finally stopped running. It was a little hesitant, because this spiritual body did not seem to have any offensive power, but it was filled with a natural aura that made it feel very comfortable. The spiritual body wrapped around it and communicated with it kindly. If you continue to run, after a few years, the little universe will no longer exist, and you will no longer. Born as a spirit, you have the right to continue existing. Spirit gives birth to wisdom, you have the right to see this world. We will join hands, there is no distinction between each other, you have me, I have you. Don't be afraid of the ferocious appearance, this is only the master's way of survival. Actually, in our hearts, we all have a heart that loves nature. The wild boar looked at the swordsman who easily took the Tai Pu Ling into his pocket. From the surface, it looked like the Tai Pu Ling was throwing itself into his pocket. It was very impressed, but it did not know that the swordsman was just once again deceiving and abducting a child. Lu Xiaoyi used a jade bottle to keep the Tai Pu Ling and smiled. Old boar, is there any situation outside? The wild boar shook its head. No, there is not a single hair on the human body. The two of them continued to move forward, and the wild boar was very curious. Fellow Daoist, how did you subdue it? Lu Xiaoyi answered casually, but it was the truth. Old boar, you have to remember, every cultivator is different, so my response will definitely not be your response. When it is time for you to make a move, you should choose to communicate with your heart, and not think about how others communicate with you. For a fat chicken, some people like to steam it, some like to roast it, some like to braise it, everyone has their own preferences, and they all follow their heart. The wild boar thought for a while, I like all of them. Lu Xiaoyi was speechless, trying to reason with this kind of fellow was like playing the lute to a pig. The man boar continued to wander around. Due to the various delays at the beginning, it was many days behind the others in terms of overall progress. The wild boar's soul-seeking was not going smoothly. It was not that its nose was not sharp, but that the places it had passed by had already been harvested by others. Their soul-seeking was more like picking up scraps. Trying to pick up scraps under the blanket coverage of the Jindan elites was not an easy task. Fellow Daoist, Humph, you promised to give me more food before. Look now, Humph, this old boar has been hungry for a long time. Wild boar mumbled. Lu Xiaoyi refused. Didn't you say it yourself? Is it better to search for spirits on an empty stomach? You haven't even found your share, what are you going to eat? You can eat it after you find it. The food in the storage ring won't grow legs and run away. Wild boar snorted and said, I think it's better to work when you're full. Lu Xiaoyi ignored it. Another 10 days passed like this. Wild boar found something again. After flying forward for a short while, the wild boar stopped. It seems like there's already someone here. Humph, let's go elsewhere to search. Lu Xiaoyi had already sensed it, but he did not agree. If you can sense it, it means that it hasn't been collected by anyone. It's an ownerless item, and everyone can fight for it. Avoiding danger and fearing danger is not the style of a cultivator. Maybe if you go, they will see that you have a dignified and majestic appearance, and give it to you. Wild boar laughed dryly. Humph, fellow Daoist, you must be joking. It's impossible for them to give it to me. I'm afraid I'll have to endure a few spells. Lu Xiaoyi said seriously, you're fighting for the great Tao. If you don't fight for it, why should the opportunity fall on your head? Old boar, there's one thing you have to understand. Almost a month has passed. I'm afraid that the ancient spirits in the small universe have already been collected by someone. It's no longer as easy as when you first came in. If you don't fight for it and the heavenly Tao doesn't allow it, what's the point of talking about the future? With me here, what are you afraid of? Go and do it yourself. I'll cover for you. Wild boar had no choice. He wanted to not go, but he was afraid that his new human friends would look down on him. He could only muster his courage and grit his teeth and move forward. After moving forward for a while, he stopped again. Humph, fellow Daoist, there seems to be 2 people. I think we should. Lu Xiaoyi did not allow it. What are you afraid of? There are 2 of us too. They're not of the same mind. Just go forward and show the momentum of snatching it. Don't be afraid. Wild boar secretly complained. He thought that he had found a good backer, but he did not expect that this backer was too good at causing trouble. He was unwilling to live a quiet life. As the distance got closer, the impact of the spiritual explosion could be clearly heard. This was two cultivators fighting for the right to attack the ancient spirit. They were fighting fiercely. Wild Boar steeled his heart and stepped forward, shouting loudly, "Hey! This mountain is opened by me, this spirit is planted by me. If you want to take it, leave your life behind." From afar, the two cultivators jumped out of the battle and secretly complained in their heart. They were searching for spirits in the small universe. They were not afraid of hardships, but what they were most afraid of was that there were peaches beside them. If there were people fighting, they had no choice but to fight. When they fought, they would definitely not be able to control their momentum and might attract more people. In the end, there would be more and more people, and in the end, they would end up with nothing. Now, the thing that they were most worried about had happened. The fierce fight between the two of them had attracted two more people. For people were fighting for a wisp of ancient spirit. No one was confident. If they scared the ancient spirit away, when they found out that the two newcomers were a human and a pig, the two cultivators quickly reached a compromise. They would join hands and chase the newcomers away first. Then, the two of them would decide who the ancient spirit belonged to. This was the most rational way. There was no other way to choose. Wild Boar's opening speech was filled with the meaning of a mountain king. However, its individual appearance did not cause any deterrence to others. The battle immediately started. In the midst of Wild Boar's wails and howls, and in the midst of Lu Xiaoyi's indifference, the two cultivators quickly discovered a fact. Firstly, this human and pig were in the same group. Secondly, the swordsman's strength was unfathomable. However, the Wild Boar's strength was ordinary. This made the battle between the two very awkward. The swordsman's awkwardness was that he did not seem to be serious. If he was serious, no one knew what would happen. The Wild Boar's awkwardness was that although this fellow's strength was ordinary, its voice was really too loud. It was just an ordinary battle, and it was able to create an earth-shattering sound. Let's not talk about who would win first. If it attracted a few more cultivators, then no one would have any hope. The awkward situation was quickly broken. It was all because of the swordsman. It was not that the swordsman suddenly showed his strength. It was that this fellow suddenly made a stupid move. He actually wanted to take the ancient spirit in the middle of the battle. The result was needless to say. The ancient spirit was frightened and disappeared without a trace. When it really started to run, in this small universe, there was nothing that could stop it. The two cultivators were so angry that they started to curse. They wanted to completely destroy this human and pig. However, they knew that they could not do so now. Let's not talk about whether they could kill them or not. After spending a lot of effort to kill the two of them, the ancient spirit would probably have been taken away by someone else. This human and pig were too unreliable. They were just two wooden hammers. There was no other way. After saying those harsh words, they split up and chased after them according to their own judgment. Only the human and pig were left behind. The Wild Boar was very smart at this time. It understood the swordsman's intention. "Mph, I know where the ancient spirit ran to." Chapter 883. The Grand Simplicity ancient spirit was still at its original spot. It had only changed its hiding spot. Although this thing only had the lowest level of intelligence, it still had some instincts and cunning. It was a pity that it was unable to escape from the Wild Boar's long nose. This time, it was Lu Xiaoyi's turn to be the lookout while the Wild Boar made its move. He originally thought that it would be a long wait and might not succeed. However, the Wild Boar's performance gave Lu Xiaoyi a huge shock. It seemed like the time it took for the Wild Boar to take the Grand Simplicity ancient spirit into its pocket with a face full of pride. Lu Xiaoyi sighed. If one were to talk about being close to nature, the first would be the plants that had turned into spirits. Next would be the demonic beasts. The one who had the greatest distance from nature was the strongest human. This was the number of the great Tao. Everyone had their own strengths. Humans were the leader of all creatures, but they were not superior to other races in all aspects. They all had their own reasons for existing. Without the target of the mission, it was easier to fly. Chmph, why don't we go back? Anyway, we have nothing to do. Chimph, why don't we find a place? Fellow Daoist, you can sleep while I eat something to fill my stomach. The wild boar suggested from behind. Actually, it was indirectly reminding Lu Xiaoyi that it was time to fulfill his promise and take out the food. Lu Xiaoyi did not have any intention of taking out the food. This wild boar's hunger was actually a psychological hint. At its level, even if it did not eat for 100 years, it would not be affected. If you want to go back, then go back by yourself. I still want to walk around. Old boar, you are a cultivator after all. You don't have to ask others about everything. Just do whatever you want to do. No one can stop you. The wild boar shut its mouth. In this dangerous little universe, it might not be able to guarantee its own safety if it left this swordsman. Although it might be more troublesome, as long as it could preserve its little life, it was fine with the trouble. Even though the Tai Pu realm's small universe was large, it wasn't endless. When they approached the end of the small universe, they definitely couldn't see the ancient spirit anymore, but the figures of cultivators increase. Once the number of cultivators increased, all kinds of disputes came one after another. Some took advantage of the fact that they did not get along well with each other, some were unhappy in the small universe, some became irritable because they could not find the ancient spirit, and some even occasionally, a wisp of ancient spirit would appear and cause a large-scale fight. Now, it was no longer a one-on-one confrontation between individuals, but more of a gang fight, and the risk was multiplied. Lu Xiaoyi kindly reminded him, "Old pig, you have to understand that the world of humans is ultimately different from the world of demonic beasts. Next, I'm likely to be involved in a large-scale battle between cultivators. I'm afraid that I won't have time to take care of you. I know that you want to find safety by following me, but if I can't provide you with safety and instead bring you danger, then there's no need for you to follow me. I'm not trying to chase you away, but it's the truth. It's not shameful to leave now. Each of us has our own choice. You don't have to feel guilty about it. Just like when the real battle starts, I won't deliberately protect you. You have to think carefully." The wild boar was a little helpless. It had its own natural intuition about danger, and it also knew that the next choice was very important. It was not the time to be emotional. Compared to fighting with the swordsman, it could turn back and find a low-key place to hide. It didn't need anyone to teach it which was safer and which was more dangerous. The number of enemies it had in the small universe was actually very limited. The one that had a conflict on the dam had already passed away, and the other two were the two cultivators that it had chased away when it was searching for the ancient spirit. In the vast small universe, the probability of bumping into these two people was infinitely low. It was very clear about this. The wild boar plucked up its courage. "Humph, I'd better leave. Old pig can't fight, and staying by your side will only cause you trouble. I'm afraid that I won't be able to help you much, and it's easy to bring you trouble." Lu Xiaoyi smiled. "Very good. If you know how to make a decision, you'll have a future. I'm Single Ear, old pig, don't you have a name?" The wild boar was very excited. The swordsman had signed up, which meant that he recognized it as a friend. He didn't even sign up when he obtained the Tai Pu ancient spirit, but he signed up when it was about to leave, which meant that he approved of its choice. "Humph, hello fellow Daoist Dan, I don't have a name yet, and I don't have an official one. They all call me Wild Boar, Pig Fever, Pig King, and they're all uncultured people. Humph, why don't fellow Daoist give me a name?" Lu Xiaoyi shook his head and smiled. "I don't have the authority to do that. As for a name, it's best that you come up with it yourself, or a master or an elder." The wild boar nodded. "All right, Humph, when we meet again, I'll definitely have my own name." Lu Xiaoyi smiled. They were all Jin Dan, and they belonged to different realms. One was in the Juxian upper realm, and the other was in the Silu desolate world. How could they meet again? He didn't say it out loud, it was just a blessing for friends when they parted. Looking at the wild boar flying back, he finally felt relieved. This guy was really too weak, and he didn't know why the Tai Pu Lord had to drag him in. With such a burden, fighting would be very difficult, and he wouldn't even be able to wield his sword. He said that he wouldn't care about him when they fought, but how could he do it when they really fought? Everyone was in pain. In an environment like the little universe, the final stage of the spirit search was also the time when it was the easiest to fight. Everyone needed a place to vent their frustrations. At the beginning, there weren't any fights because there were enough Taipu ancient spirits to lure them in, and time was precious. But now, it was the final stage of plundering. Taipu ancient spirit search had two stages. One was to search, and the other was to snatch. This was the nature of cultivators. The 72 upper realms of cultivation were all at the level of Jindan, so there was no need to talk about interactions. It was destined to be a chaotic battle. In such an occasion, the wild boar would most likely die. But he didn't care too much. The swordsman's sword wasn't a joke. With such a large space, he could wield his sword without worrying about the possibility of being outnumbered. Moreover, there was a high possibility that he would meet the other 4 companions from Juzian. It wasn't that he was worried about anyone. With Qing Xian's ability, he didn't need to worry about this person. He just wanted to meet another person here for his own purpose. In this last area, he started to act very irritable and provocative. It wasn't that he was bloodthirsty, but he needed to show that he didn't get the Taipu ancient spirits. This would reduce the frequency of the battles. In the end, the purpose of the battle was to snatch the ancient spirits, and other reasons were just excuses. In his senses, there were violent auras of spiritual vigor coming from a few directions. There were people fighting and chasing each other. Lu Xiaoyi increased his speed. He liked this kind of occasion. This was the stage that belonged to the swordsman. The only problem was that until now, there wasn't a fixed opponent or a group of opponent. Chapter 884. Lu Xiaoyi skimmed past the edge of the battle area, showing his aggressiveness. These were just a few isolated battles in 2s and 3s. They had nothing to do with Juzian's upper bound. Lu Xiaoyi continued to go deeper, scanning with his divine sense to identify the cultivators in the battle. In Juzian's upper bound, he was an intruder. How to expand his network was very important. Because the things he investigated had begun to have a preliminary direction. Among the 9 great sects, Xiaoyaro Yu was already partially integrated. Qing Xian was in Zhonghuang of Taishan, and he did not need to exert any effort. He had 2 good friends who were Kuan cultivators in the Yellow Court sect, and they were both influential figures. But this was not enough. He basically did not know any of the other sects, such as the most mysterious Yuansha cave and the most powerful Qingwei immortal sect. Because of his background, it was very difficult for him to have the opportunity to interact with the top disciples of these sects. If he did not do well, he would have to fight. He did not want that to happen. Having strength did not mean that he could teach anyone a lesson. When a cultivator walked outside, the path should be wider and wider, not narrower and narrower, especially now that he had become a thorn in the side of the 2 major sects of Buddhism. Looking for the other cultivators in Juzian, he could not only get to know Yuansha's rabbit split lip and Qingwei's slug, but also take the opportunity to attack the big and small eyes. In short, there were countless possibilities. Well, these were all nicknames. It was more convenient and more intimate to call them. Since he was here, he had to make use of this environment to do something. How could he be as carefree as Wild Boar? Carefree? After searching for a few days, he did not find any trace of Juzian cultivators. Could it be that these guys were all people who did not cause trouble? He spent a month in the small universe and met nearly 100 cultivators. It was strange that he did not see anyone from Juzian. Perhaps, these people were working together. But no one came to inform him. It should not be. Even if others did not pull him, Qing Xian would not forget him, unless there were other circumstances. But he would not stay in this area. Thoughts were thoughts, he could not force it. Things are often like this. When you search bitterly, there is no result, and when you are ready to give up and leave, the thing you are looking for quietly arrives. On his return journey, Lu Xiaoyi changed his route. He was also holding on to the last bit of hope. Several days later, the fluctuations of spiritual vigor transmitted from far away told him that a large group of cultivators had gathered several hundred kilometers away. Moreover, they were not at peace. Very quickly, a miniature meteorite cluster appeared in front of him. Although it was a miniature meteorite cluster, that was only in comparison to the meteorite clusters in the real universe. However, for Jindan cultivators like them, there were close to 1,000 meteorites of various sizes floating in the air, forming a huge meteorite formation. It was enough for them to travel for a period of time. Among them, the larger ones were like human cities, while the smaller ones were the size of palaces. They were piled up together and didn't disperse due to some mysterious reason. It was a byproduct of Taiposhi's evolution of the universe. The fluctuations of spiritual vigor were transmitted from the meteorite cluster. It felt like there were at least 10 of them, coming and going. Faintly, there were more than 10 cultivators standing guard in all directions outside the meteorite cluster. Who knew what they were waiting for? Lu Xiaoyi still used the same method. He randomly found a lone cultivator and planned to ambush him. Of course, if he really wanted to ambush him, the cultivator would have to see the sword first before he could see the person. The reason why he acted so clumsily was to tell others that he did not have an ancient spirit, so he wanted to ambush him. The cultivator's strength was not bad. He quickly realized that someone was approaching him from behind and immediately shouted, "Stop! I don't have an ancient spirit of Taipu here. What's the use of robbing me? In the end, you will be a poor man, wasting your feelings. If you really have the guts to rob an ancient spirit, you can go to the meteorite cluster yourself. Wealth comes from danger." Lu Xiaoyi laughed. "Who said that I wanted to rob you? I just came over to greet you. I wonder what happened in the meteorite cluster. Fellow Daoist, what are you waiting for?" That Daoist was also a hero of a realm. Originally, he was not willing to answer so casually. But now, his last hope was that he might be able to pick up some scraps here. If he got into a conflict with someone else, then he would completely lose the meaning of staying here. What greeting? It was just an excuse after the ambush was exposed. In the meteorite cluster in front, there are 2 or 3 ancient spirits of Taipu. Therefore, a large number of cultivators are fighting for them. If you are interested and have the strength, you can go in and try. As for me, it's just that I don't have the ability to take a share of the loot. That's why I'm waiting outside, hoping that the heavens will favor me. So, you can either go in or find a direction to guard. Just don't kill casually. It's not that I'm afraid of you, but it's just a waste of time. Lu Xiaoyi was skeptical. Why are you being so cautious? Not crossing the line? Is there some kind of trap in there? That Daoist was speechless. Why would I lie to you? It's not that I'm being cautious. It's just that the cultivators who went to the meteorite cluster are divided into factions. It's not something that a lone person like me can fight against. If it was a one-on-one fight, I would have already killed my way in. Why would I wait here for a pie to fall from the sky? Lu Xiaoyi was very interested. Which factions are fighting? In order to get rid of this annoying fellow as soon as possible, the Daoist had no choice but to try his best to explain. Which factions? The universe's number 1 Juzian and several of its hardcore allies are fighting against Zhichong, Tu Long, Hunting Star, Yarrow Liu, Waning Ghost, Mosier, and a few others. Since they started fighting half a month ago, more and more people have been fighting. At first, it was just a few people, but later, it became a group. The fight became bigger and bigger, but the ancient spirits didn't even take a single one. They must have eaten their fill. Lu Xiaoyi's eyes lit up, and he suggested, "Why don't we go in and take a look? I feel like old friends at first sight. Let's go to the periphery of the meteorite cluster and not go in. What do you think?" That Daoist shook his head like a rattle drum. "Who feels like old friends at first sight? You even wanted to sneak attack me just now. If it weren't for the fact that the ancient spirits might escape, one of us would have fallen." Lu Xiaoyi laughed dryly and carefully moved forward, causing that Daoist's lips to curl in disdain. This fellow clearly came from a small place. He didn't understand the risks of a group battle between cultivators from a large domain. That wasn't a so-called battle of magical powers, but a real massacre. It had already surpassed the scope of spirit seizing. 2 factions were inside, covering each other, cooperating with each other, fighting to the death. If an outsider went in, he wouldn't be able to rely on either side. Whoever caught him would beat him up, and there wouldn't even be a backup. How long could he last? To pull chestnuts out of the fire, he had to find out where the chestnuts were. He had to have a strong skill. If he didn't have anything, he might not even have the chance to escape if he rashly barged in just because of his greed. In the dozens of nearby universes, there was a chain of contempt. Zhu Xian was the only one in the upper realm, acting as if he was the number one in the world. It was disgusting. Zhe Chong and the other realms had wild ambitions and were unwilling to submit. They acted tyrannically and used force to oppress others. They were also unpopular. Smaller domains like theirs could only watch from the sidelines. They couldn't say who they supported or who they opposed. None of them were good people. Chapter 885. Lu Xiaoyi moved slowly towards the meteorites. Since it was a battle between two sects, it would not end in a short time. He did not need to rush, and no one was waiting for him to perform first aid. The reason why he was slow was because he wanted to find a good opportunity to cut in. He did not want to rush in and win the attention of countless people. There was another problem. He did not know anyone from either side. He might know a few from Zhu Xian's side, but he could not tell the difference between Zhu Xian's so-called allies. This was a big problem. Therefore, he needed to take a closer look outside the meteorites. The range of his divine sense was very impressive because of his strong spiritual support. Even if he stood outside the meteorites, he could still explore hundreds of miles inside. This was because there were many meteorites blocking his view. However, from his position, the cultivators who wanted to take advantage of the situation outside were very unhappy because he had broken the rules. Someone shouted, "Daoist Wu, are you going in or not? If you go in, be quick about it. The sooner you die, the sooner you can be reincarnated. If you don't want to go in, stand further away." "What, are you trying to cut us off?" Lu Xiaoyi turned around and apologized. "I'm sorry. I definitely have to go in. Let me wait outside for a while. My legs are still a little weak." The cultivators outside laughed. This was also a person who risked his life for his future. He knew it was dangerous, but he still wanted to rush in. To be honest, he was not the only one like this. In the past half a month, there had been a few self-righteous lone travelers who had rushed in recklessly. Their corpses were still floating in the air. Lu Xiaoyi saw the difference between the two sects in the meteorites. There were dozens of people inside, and they belonged to more than 10 realms. There was a mix of people, but it was impossible to judge them by their clothes. From his position, he could only see the tip of the iceberg. It was far from the entire meteorite space. However, at this moment, he could see the general picture. It was obvious that Zhe Chong and the other realms had the upper hand in terms of numbers and combat power. The Zhu Xian upper realm was protected by the heaven and earth chessboard. In terms of the cultivation environment, it was the most stable. It had never been invaded by outsiders. This was also the place that other realms thought of as flowers in a greenhouse, unable to withstand a single blow. However, in reality, to Jin Dan, the protection of the heaven and earth chessboard did not make much of a difference. They could not get out anyway. In terms of Dao inheritance, Zhu Xian and the others were still very powerful. However, they were lacking in experience and did not have as many battles as the cultivators from other realms. Most importantly, they were at a disadvantage in numbers. After observing for a while, he found a gap and dashed in. This surprised the cultivators outside. This guy was dilly-dallying. They didn't expect that he actually had the courage to enter. As soon as he entered, his sword flew out. Hidden fragrances sneak attack. That cultivator completely did not expect that there would be another cultivator behind him who would shamelessly sneak in and attack. In a moment of carelessness, he was struck by the sword and fell. The entire process was silent and did not attract the attention of others. However, in the eyes of the cultivators outside the group of meteorites, they could not help but feel their chrysanthemums tighten, especially the cultivator who was talking to Lu Xiaoyi. He did not understand how this person's sneak attack had suddenly become so sharp. Lu Xiaoyi went deeper in. The space that followed was not something he could see clearly from outside. He needed to get in touch with Zhu Xian and the others. Just as he passed by a huge meteorite, There were signs of a spell brewing. Lu Xiaoyi leaped and moved to the other side of the meteorite like a ghost. At the same time, he spread out his divine sense. Where are Single Ear, Slug, Rabbit Split Lip and the others in Juzian? A daoist peeked out from behind the meteorite. Fellow daoist, you, Lu Xiaoyi urged, why don't you tell me where Juzian and my companions are? Or you can tell me how you differentiate between them. That daoist was also a decisive person. In this kind of situation, people who hesitated would not be able to survive. He would not easily tell him how they communicated with each other before he was sure that this strange daoist was indeed one of them. Come with me. He led the way in front while Lu Xiaoyi followed behind. They maintained a safe distance between each other. This was a prerequisite. Lu Xiaoyi had to figure out how to differentiate between friend and foe in this group of meteorites. Otherwise, there was no way to fight. Not long after, two cultivators who were hiding in the dark launched an attack on the cultivator leading the way. This made it very difficult for him to choose. There were two opponents in front of him, and he could not be sure if the one behind him was friend or foe. In this kind of crisis, he could only choose to gamble. He knew that among the 5 people in Juzian and Jindan, only 3 were here. Among the 2 floating outside, there was also a monk who might not be willing to join in the fun. Then, there should be 1 left. In theory, there was no problem. Because the opponent had used a control spell on him, he could only use spells to resist in a small area. He regretted being so gullible. Originally, he was confident that he could hide behind the meteorites and launch an attack. Now that he had exposed himself, he was in a dilemma. While he was still hesitating, he heard the sound of a sword behind him. The sound disappeared and he could move freely. Of the 2 opponents in front of him, one escaped with the help of a meteorite, while the other was bleeding in the air. At this moment, the cultivator leading the way was completely sure. That's right, the last cultivator in Juzian was from the sword vein. The 2 of them were still one in front and one behind. This swordsman obviously used him as a target. The cultivator leading the way did not complain. Strength was respect, and it was not like the other party did not care about him. I'm Ding Xiangyang from the North Willow region. Fellow daoist, your swordsmanship is very good. It's worthy of being called a technique from the upper realm. Our method of identification is like this. Lu Xiaoyi asked, how's the comparison of our strength now? I heard from the people outside that it doesn't seem too optimistic. Ding Xiangyang nodded, it's like this. We have less than 20 people left inside, and they have more than 50 people. Lu Xiaoyi was speechless. The difference is too big. What about the ancient spirits? Are they still floating outside? Ding Xiangyang explained, there are still 4 strands of ancient spirits in the meteorite group. They should be born here, so they are not willing to leave. But because they are born here, it is very troublesome to capture them. It requires a lot of time and a lot of preparation. Because our 2 sects are interfering with each other, neither of us has the ability to make a move. To us, the disadvantage in numbers makes us not have any hope. But even if we can't get it, we have to make the other party's efforts go to waste. Those cultivators waiting outside, it is because of this reason that they are unwilling to leave. Lu Xiaoyi finally understood the inside story of the battle in the meteorite group. It was actually because of the fight for the 4 strands of ancient spirit. There were 50 of them against less than 20. Why couldn't they drive them away successfully? The reason was simple. 50 people were not easy to split. Juzian's group was still able to hold on. It was just that they were confused about how to split the spoils. Everyone was working together to cause trouble, that was all. Chapter 886. Juzian's group was not fixed in one place, but they were scattered in different areas of the meteorite group. The cultivator who led the way used a special spiritual sense to communicate with them. Then, Lu Xiaoyi saw the first unfamiliar companion that he had never talked to before, Rabbit Lip. Of course, his main name was Message Lips. This was a very strange-looking daoist. His lips were like flowers. Rabbit Lip, this kind of physical defect, would not appear on a cultivator. If it did, it must be because of other reasons, such as lotus flower tongue. Yuan Dongzhen's specialty was in mystical abilities, so he really couldn't be sure what this guy would spit out, especially during battle. The first sentence that Rabbit Lip said was, "You are late." Lu Xiaoyi did not care. "It's good that you are alive. What about the rest? We have to have a plan. We can't just go on aimlessly like this, right?" Slug and Morning Clothes went out to hunt. "We don't have many people, so we can only hit here and there. Come and look." Following Rabbit Lip's guidance, Lu Xiaoyi looked into the distance. A meteorite with a radius of several feet was slowly rotating. It was not its size, but the aura that was revealed from it. Lu Xiaoyi was very surprised. "This is jade clear spiritual vigor?" Rabbit Lip nodded. "Yes. This meteorite should be the core of the small universe that Taiposhi evolve. So its evolution is ahead of other places. It has a trace of the real universe's embryonic form. It will randomly give birth to some jade clear spiritual vigor, which is the source of the energy of the ancient spirits. This is the reason why these 4 ancient spirits are not willing to leave." Lu Xiaoyi understood. The ancient spirits had elementary intelligence, so of course they would want to get close to this meteorite that could give birth to jade clear spiritual vigor to strengthen themselves. This was also because the small universe had not been formed for a long time. If it had been formed for a long time, perhaps all the ancient spirits of the small universe would have gathered here, then it would be really lively. He could not help but sigh. To pull them away from this meteorite, I am afraid it is not something that can be done by spiritual communication. That would require real money. Using jade clear to raise ancient spirits is too wasteful. Is there no other way? Rabbit Lip shook his head. It's an emergency. There's really no other way to do this in between battles. These little things are used to swallowing jade clear. Even if you use other things to attract them, they won't be tempted. Of course, it would be best if there was Zi Qing, but that thing, Sai. Yuqing's spiritual vigor was the spiritual vigor collected from the universe by grand cultivators. It was specially provided for Yuanying stage spiritual vigor. This was the reason why Yuanying stage spiritual vigor could travel in the void and not return to the domain. For them, the spiritual vigor in the domain was too thin. It was not enough to replenish their consumption, just like how a strong man could not survive on thin porridge. Zi Qing was a higher level of spiritual vigor, suitable for the Jindan level. These things had to be collected from the void of the universe by the cultivators. In the history of human cultivation, as the cultivators walked out of the universe, the jade clear and Zi Qing around the domain became less and less. This forced the grand cultivators to walk further away. Hence, it was very precious and was not something that the Jindan cultivators could easily come into contact with. Of course, for the top Jindan cultivators like them who came from extraordinary backgrounds, it was not strange for them to obtain a few strands of spiritual vigor from their elders. However, they could only obtain jade clear spiritual vigor and would not have the elders to give them Zi Qing. They were weak and could not bear the nourishment. The Jindan swallowing Zi Qing was like a mortal swallowing spiritual vigor. It was no different from seeking death. These were all nonsense. Even if some of them had jade clear, they would not be able to get close. The area around the meteorite was a forbidden area. Whoever went there to attempt to take the ancient spirit would be stopped by the other party. In theory, the other party had more than 50 people. They could definitely divide a group of people to intercept the other party and leave a few people to collect the ancient spirit. However, the problem was that no one had obtained the ancient spirit. Why should they fight in front and give the opportunity to others? It was not that the subjugation and dragon-slaying realms had not done this before. In the end, the cultivators in front of them did not do anything and caused the people behind to fail. This was the result of the selfishness of the human heart. Rabbit Lip explained, the opponent's arrangement was to have more than 10 people spread around to harass while the others prepare to attack together. However, we are not stupid. If they attack, we will retreat. If they collect the ancient spirit, we will go up and cause trouble. This is the general process. Now that things have come to this, we do not have any hopes of collecting the ancient spirit. We just want everyone to return empty-handed. At least we won't regret it, Lu Xiaoyi observed silently. The situation in the meteorite group was different from what he had imagined. There was no non-stop fighting, no end to the life and death battle. Once it started, it was a never-ending bloody massacre. The way the people fought here was completely different from the way he was familiar with in the Fifth Ring. Here, there was even a half-time break. A battle was fought like *T, drip 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 drip. Every time a clear spirit opportunity is formed in the meteorite, it is the time for the 4 ancient spirits to enter and eat. At this time, they will not come out no matter what. Only when they are full will they be able to come out for a breather. This short period of time is the window of time to capture the ancient spirit. We are waiting for this time to cause trouble. Neither side asked the other whether they had obtained the ancient spirit before coming to the meteorite group. This was a private matter that could not be touched upon. After a few moments, Morning Dress Quan Su and Slug flew back. The cultivators of the Juzian upper realm had finally gathered a general idea. Slug was a handsome young daoist. Just from his appearance, he did not match his disgusting nickname at all. Towards Lu Xiaoyi's arrival, the two of them had an indifferent expression. One was really arrogant, the other was pretending to be indifferent. They had an expression that said that it would not change anything even if he did not come. Of course, Lu Xiaoyi did not want to change anything. It was good enough for him to display the battle strength that belonged to this level. If he stood out too much and suppressed everyone with a single sword, it would lose the meaning of getting to know him. For veteran top cultivators like Slug and Rabbit Splitlip, if a newcomer suddenly appeared and suppressed them, they might lose their minds. The few of them exchanged their opinions. Lu Xiaoyi secretly asked Qing Xian, "What are you guys dawdling here for? Are you going to keep wasting time like this? Qing Xian, you must have obtained the ancient spirit long ago. Otherwise, you wouldn't be wasting time here playing." Qing Xian did not deny it, "Same here. If you didn't obtain the candid fruit, would you come here to act like a big shot? Didn't you come here to get closer to someone? In the end, nothing happened to him. You don't have a chance now, do you?" Lu Xiaoyi teased, "You speak as if you are so noble. The 3 pure ones do not rise early without benefits. Every cultivator in the universe knows this. What do you think of these two? Do you have any plans for the future?" Qing Xian also changed the topic. "These two are very strong. Until now, they have not really shown their true strength. I also don't know what they are waiting for. The worst option is to wait for the support of Big Eye and Little Eye. This Juzian is strange. In fact, Taoism and Buddhism have deep connections. They are not like you who always rush to the front. I think they are colluding with each other. You and I don't know about such collusions. It seems that we have not really integrated with them in some matters." Chapter 887. Who was the first to come to the meteorite group? Lu Xiaoyi asked. Qing Xian chuckled, "It's Slug. He found the ancient spirit of Taipu here and got a little greedy, so he found Hairlip and wanted to take all 4 strands for himself. In the end, he attracted the Star Hunter cultivators, and in the fight, the snowball rolled until now. Why did you say that Big and Small Eyes would come to help them?" Lu Xiaoyi was curious. Qing Xian sneered, "Juzian is alone with his eyes, nose, lips, and ears. The two of us are latecomers. How can we compare to their hundreds of years of friendship? 1 strand of ancient spirit of Taipu is enough, it's useless to have more. It's impossible that they don't understand this, and it's unrealistic to take all 4. So I guess they're sharing the good stuff with everyone, so they attracted Hairlip. Since they attracted Hairlip, how can they not contact Big and Small Eyes? They have a special method of communication between them, but you and I are excluded because 4 strands are not enough for 5 people, but 3 is more than enough. As for who to ask for help, I see that there are many Buddhist disciples in the Taipu realm this time, so the reinforcements must be here." Lu Xiaoyi laughed, "Aren't you afraid of inviting a wolf into the house? And now these Juzian allies who entered the meteorite group have no other ideas? They've worked so hard just to come here and make a wedding dress for someone else." Qing Xian nodded, "That's why I said this is a bad debt. I don't know what Slug and Hairlip are thinking about. In these 10 days, I see that these two have not done their best at all, they're just going with the flow, so I'm going with the flow. Actually, with your and my abilities, as long as everyone works hard, it's not difficult to drive those people out. But I suspect that even if we put in a lot of effort, we might not end up well. Lu Xiaoyi did not doubt Qing Xian's judgment. In fact, from his point of view, this kind of battle was full of strangeness, as if everyone was waiting for something. Although he and Qing Xian were life-and-death rivals in the fifth ring, it was not an exaggeration to say that they were life-and-death friends here. Then let's wait together. Let's see what they're up to. What the two of them could not determine was whether Zhuxian's Daoist sect was more willing to suppress Buddhism to the outside world. Or were they more willing to suppress the surrounding domains? If they didn't figure this out, they wouldn't be able to guess their true intentions. Although they were both top figures on the same level as Zhuxian and Jindan in the upper realm, the two of them lacked sufficient connections and the complete trust of the sect. This was something that was determined by one's birth. Lu Xiaoyi was the same as Qing Xian. From time to time, he would go out for a stroll. He did not want to kill anyone, but instead, he was at ease and did nothing to waste time. The two of them had a very special position in the top Jindan group in Zhuxian. Their strength might have arrived, but their soft power was far from enough. This was also the reason why the two of them had to come here. If they didn't care about this, they would be free to roam outside. Of course, they wouldn't be in an awkward situation here. However, they would never be able to integrate into the mainstream circle. This wasn't the time to throw a tantrum. Lu Xiaoyi's stroll also had his own purpose. He had a clear idea of the distribution, size, and movement patterns of the thousands of meteorites in the meteorite group. This was to prepare for a possible chaotic battle in the future. As for the sneak attacks along the way, he would just perfunctorily leave. With his escape technique, if he wanted to leave, no one would be able to stop him. During this period, the Taisu ancient spirit appeared once again. He finally understood why it was so difficult to capture ancient spirits here. It was because they had been eating Yuqing for a long time, so the ancient spirits here were especially greedy. If they didn't eat Yuqing, they wouldn't move. It was very troublesome. You should persevere with your achievements in Yaoying planet. Only when your strength is strong can you truly gain the respect of others. Don't look at how I'm doing better than you in Taishan Middle Yellow. In the real core layer, we'll always be outsiders. This has nothing to do with strength. You and I have taken things for granted. This is not the fifth ring, nor is it Qingkong. Zhuxian's conservatism is engraved in their bones. So, for the slugs and hairlips, you shouldn't have too much hope. Even if we snatch the Taisu ancient spirit and give it to them, they'll just think that we're qualified fighters. Qing Xian's advice was very helpless. He was better than Lu Xiaoyi, he did things properly and steadily. He was also favored by a few Taishan senior cultivators, but this couldn't change the fundamental things. For example, in the Taisu realm this time, in terms of the connections between Zhuxian and a few other cultivators, in terms of the ability to mobilize a few boundaries around Zhuxian, they were all bystanders. No one discussed with them, and no one asked for their opinion. To the proud him, this was very awkward. He couldn't tell others, and the only person he could confide in was this swordsman. Lu Xiaoyi nodded and ridiculed, "You're used to being the boss of the three pure ones. Now that no one cares about you, you're disappointed." "I didn't want to flatter them, I'm just here to express my attitude. I've shown my attitude, and if they don't care, then it's their business. If there's a chance to snatch the ancient spirit, even if I already have one, I'll still snatch it." Qing Xian snorted, "When have you ever been satisfied with snatching things from Shenyuan? Isn't it normal for the ancient spirit to swallow and throw it away? You make it sound like you're being forced. Zhuxian 9 upper sects, not to mention Buddhism, there are 7 Daoist sects. After all these years, I can see that the ones in charge are 2 sects, Qingwei Celestial Sect and Yuansha Cave. One is in charge in a high-profile manner, and the other is in control in a low-key manner. Specifically, in the Taisu realm, these 2 sects have never lagged behind. As for the other sects, Taishan Middle Yellow Sect only cares about the snow in front of their door, Xiaoyao Yu doesn't care about worldly affairs, Wanyan Creation works behind closed doors, Huangting Taoism is old-fashioned and can't keep up with the situation, while the human sect is independent and doesn't participate in anything. Lu Xiaoyi agreed. To them, we're just passers-by, right? Since we're here this time, we don't know when the next time will be, so there's no need to communicate. But it seems that Buddhism has always had a place in the Taisu realm, so their relationship is close enough. Qing Xian said softly, so, don't underestimate the shamelessness of Taoism. While they're suppressing Buddhism, they'll never forget the other Daoist sect. This time, it's your and my turn. Especially you. You've caused a lot of trouble in Zhaoing. What if Buddhism seeks to destroy you through some kind of exchange of benefits? Anyway, if it's me, I'll definitely do that. No matter where you Shenyuan people go, you're always hated by everyone. This is what they call a leopard can't change its spot. Lu Xiaoyi retorted, internal strife is probably the family heirloom of the three pure ones, right? No wonder you're so familiar with everything after coming to Juzian. Don't you feel particularly close? Particularly familiar? Like a fish in water? I know what you mean. If they want to bite me, they'll have to have a good set of teeth. With you as a spy, I'm confident that I can keep them all here. Qing Xian was speechless. I'll never be a spy. Lu Xiaoyi laughed evilly. Then why did you come to Juzian? Do you really think you're innocent? Once a traitor, always a traitor. Chapter 888. There's something I feel strange about. Since Qingwei and Yuansha are in charge of Juzian, and the power of faith comes from Buddhism, why is it that Tai Xian and Xiaoyaro are the ones in charge? Are they looking down on the strength of the 5 rings? Such a judgment was too presumptuous. Anyone with a little insight would know that if the two domains really collided, Juzian would have no chance of winning. They can only defend with the chessboard of heaven and earth in their nest. Lu Xiaoyi thought deeply. Qing Xian smiled. There's another possibility. They think too highly of the strength of the 5 rings, so they found 2 scapegoats who don't understand the key points. This is normal in Taoism. They don't make a move themselves, but they instigate other forces who don't know the truth to stand in the front. They can advance and retreat freely, and they can go ashore at any time. Lu Xiaoyi sighed. Taoism has a long history, and they have a lot of knowledge. I can't help but admire them. Lu Xiaoyi and Qing Xian were whispering to each other with their consciousness, and the other two were not idle either. Why aren't the eyes of sun and moon here yet? More and more people are gathering. I'm afraid we won't be able to clear the place. Slug was a little dissatisfied. Rabbit Lip played it down. How can it be so easy to find people? The small universe is vast, and it's difficult to find people, and there are no benefits, just based on his reputation as a 1000 Buddha. He'll be here soon. If the ancient spirits are not collected, the Taipu realm will not end. There's no need to worry. The snot bug sighed. It's just a spirit search, but they had to cause so much trouble. If I, immortal Jew, had gathered all my forces, it would have been easy for me to seize these 4 ancient spirits. Why did they have to cause internal strife? Rabbit Lip disagreed. It's not internal strife, it's a battle between Taoism and Buddhism. Slug was disdainful. Don't mention this to me. If it's a battle between Taoism and Buddhism, then what are you and I doing now? Rabbit Lip said seriously. Slug, that's exactly what I want to say. If that ear is an authentic Taoist inheritance, like Tai Xian's Quan Su, I won't agree to Big and Small Eyes requests. Because this involves the foundation of Taoism and Buddhism. But he has the sword vein. As for whether or not the sword vein could be considered a Taoist inheritance, there was no consensus in the cultivation world of the universe. But as far as I know, the orthodox Daoist concept of suppressing the sword vein has never changed. Not for anything else, but because their destructive power was too great. 10,000 years ago, it had almost changed the trend of the cultivation world in the universe. You know this very well. With the righteous cause of the battle between Taoism and Buddhism in front of us, and the secret of suppressing the sword vein behind us, this is the best opportunity. Besides, we don't really need to do anything. Our target is the grand simplicity ancient spirit. As for how Big Eyes and Small Eyes will deal with that swordsman, we won't interfere. Will you feel better if we do that? Slug sighed. The only reason he's here is to help us obtain the ancient soul. And here we are, digging a hole. What's more, it was a matter of course, a matter of course. Cultivation in the primordial era was particular about karma and retribution. You help me, I help you. Now that Taoism is flourishing, its theories are becoming more and more abundant, and it's getting stranger and stranger. You help me, but I hurt you. You don't have to worry about me. This time, it's your turn to be in charge of the grand simplicity realm. I will naturally abide by the agreement and cooperate with you. I won't ruin your plan in private. This is for the public good, for the tacit understanding between our two families to protect Juzian for hundreds of thousands of years. But this doesn't mean that I agree with your way of doing things. You're too petty. If you want to kill him, then find people to surround him openly. Why do you have such dirty thoughts? Rabbit Lip suppressed his anger. He realized that the situation had become somewhat uncontrollable. Among the 5 people, only Big Eyes and Small Eyes were on the same side as him, and that Quan Su's attitude was very ambiguous. They had done an in-depth investigation on the 2 people who had recently risen in Juzian. Although Xiao Yaoyu and Tai Xian Zhonghuang were far from each other, the relationship between the 2 families had always been good. Moreover, these 2 people had joined the upper sect in the same year, same month, and same day. If you said that the 2 of them had no relationship, you would be deceiving yourself. Although the 2 of them acted like passers-by, it didn't mean that other people were stupid to think that they really didn't know each other. Therefore, he didn't dare to talk about his scheme with Quan Su. In fact, he didn't want this guy to get involved. It was better for him to wander outside and search for his own spirit. Now that he was here, among the 5 people, this slug's attitude was very important. Whichever side he leaned towards, that side would be 3 against 2. Unfortunately, this guy was several hundred years old, and he was illiterate. Childish. Don't remove yourself from this matter. Everyone is standing here. We're all grasshoppers on the same line. My decision this time is also not my own personal choice. It's a hint from the sect. Not only I, Yuanxia, but also you, Qingwei. Are you pretending to be noble here? Pretending to have a Tao heart? I don't believe that the elders in your Qingwei sect didn't remind you before you came. If you want to have noble character and unquestionable integrity, why didn't you refute when your elders reminded you? Now that you're here and things have come to a head, you're telling me this? To dare to reject your elders directly, that's a true Tao heart. To act according to others, that's a pretense. Are you bullying me because I'm easy to talk to and can't do anything to you? The 2 of them parted on bad terms, but no matter what, the slug still didn't leave. Just like what Yuanxia had said, before he came to the Taipu realm, an elder had told him very clearly that the swordsman was a blade. It was very useful to use, but one had to be wary of it growing and cutting oneself. It was a simple sentence, but the meaning behind it was self-evident. It meant that the swordsman's purpose had been achieved. Now, there was no need to support a powerful but uncontrollable sword vein in the shadow-shaking realm. He was greatly worried about Buddhism, but he was slightly worried about the sword vein. In the end, they were both worried. He was indeed the first to discover the Taipu ancient spirit among the meteorites. Because the Jindan sect of the hunting star upper realm had arrived, he didn't have the time to collect it. These little things were too greedy. If he didn't deal with the meteorite at the core of the small universe, he wouldn't be able to collect the ancient spirit. Thus, he sent a special communication message to Yuanxia, Big Small Eyes, and Big Small Eyes. The 3 of them had participated in the Taipu realm countless times. They weren't like Carefree and Tai Xian, who only participated once every few thousand years. Thus, they were prepared. It was not every time the Taipu realm evolved into chaos, a group of meteorites would appear. This was something completely random. However, since it had appeared this time, when the 3 of them gathered, Big Small Eyes immediately realized that this was a good opportunity for an ambush. At that time, with their strength, they wouldn't have delayed until now. However, in order to attract that ear, they could only delay it. In the end, he had dragged those wolf cubs, Quan Su, and his own allies into this mess. Originally, Big Small Eyes wanted to set up a Buddhist world here to kill everyone, but now, it seemed that they had lost control. Thus, they went out to call for reinforcements, including those Buddhist disciples from various worlds. The universe's Buddhists were one family. On this point, there was nothing to say. Although there weren't many of them, it was everyone's responsibility to protect Buddha. Chapter 889. The monks finally arrived, less than a day after Lu Xiaoyi came in. There were 20 to 30 monks of all sizes. In a hurry, this was all they could do. If there were more, it would not be a personal grudge, but a direct confrontation between Taoists and Buddhists in the Taipu realm. Their participation balanced the strength of both sides. Zhu Xian's advantage in numbers was alleviated. They were very confident, and for the first time, they were ready to switch from harassing to attacking. Lu Xiaoyi stood far away. There was no need for him to go up and pretend. Everyone knew about the grudges between him and the Buddhists in the Immortal of Zhu. Shaka Lu Liubo had ruined the 10,000 Buddhas facing the sky. The shaking Shadow Army Regiment had ruined the bitter Zen Temple's plans. If he went up now and said something like welcome, even someone as thick-skinned as him would not be able to bear it. There was no other way. If he wanted to rise, he had to be useful. It was not because the sword vein could stand at the front line of the fight against Buddhism. With so many upper sects, why would they be allowed to grow there alone? He wasn't alone. There was a small tail behind him, Ding Xiangyang from Alluring Bull Realm. In his brief contact with this sword cultivator, he admired his swordsmanship. If this person could come here alone despite the dangers of a normal meteor group, it meant that his character wasn't bad. Seeing the arrival of the reinforcements, he was puzzled. Why are they all monks? Can't we find any Daoist cultivators? This was actually the question of almost all the Taoists present, especially the allies of Zhu Xian in the upper realm. Lu Xiaoyi said desolately, "Don't ask me, I don't know either." Ding Xiangyang was very sharp, and soon realized something. However, this was a question within the upper realm of Zhu Xian. It was too far away for him to ask. Why did Daoist Ding come here? Is it completely voluntary? Or do you have a glimmer of hope for the ancient spirit? Ding Xiangyang was also very honest. They were not in the same realm, there was no need to hide. It's not completely voluntary. Zhu Xian has the right to rule the small upper realms like us in name. Of course, it is within a certain limit. Of course, I also hope that if there is a chance, I will be able to obtain a wisp of great simplicity ancient spirit. My luck is very average. I've been in the small universe for nearly a month, and I haven't seen a single strand of spiritual hair. This is actually what happens to most cultivators. They don't even have the chance to fight for it. Now that I have such a chance, even if the probability is very small, how can I know the result if I don't try? Lu Xiaoyi nodded, but now there are more people who want to divide the ancient spirit. How were they going to split the 4 ancient spirits? The monk had put in a lot of effort, so it wouldn't be too much to ask for half of it, right? As for the remaining 2 strands, we'll have to help the people of Zhu Xian first. When it's your turn. This debt was very simple and didn't need anyone to teach him. The reason why Ding Xiangyang came to ask was actually because he was asked by his companions. What will fellow Daoist Dan do? Lu Xiaoyi laughed. There are 2 ways. First, we work together with the monks and chase out the people who slay the dragon, but if we do this, we might not be able to get anything even if we put in a lot of effort, because you are the most loosely united. The second method is to let the monks fight with all their might. We don't put in any effort. When both sides are injured, we will kill the monks and drive away those who want to slay the dragon. If we succeed, you guys should be able to get at least 2 portions, right? Third, continue to eat and wait for death. Until the great simplicity ancient spirit disappears, no one will take it. This is safer. Although you can't get it, if everyone can't get it, you won't feel bad. Ding Xiangyang's eyes lit up. Fellow Daoist can decide for Zhu Xian? Lu Xiaoyi said decisively, no, I can only decide for myself. But Ding Xiangyang didn't let him go. Fellow Daoist has a grudge against the Buddhists. Lu Xiaoyi laughed. It's just a battle of orthodoxies. Ding Xiangyang was deep in thought. He definitely wouldn't consider the first option. It was too sullen. If there was no result after fighting to the death, wouldn't it be stupid to let others take advantage of it? The second option was too vague. There were too many factors. Could the monks fight until both sides were injured? What if one side was defeated? The attitude of the strong cultivators in the upper realm of Juzian was unclear. Would things develop according to this swordsman's prediction? Could the final dividend be split 50-50? Relatively speaking, the last option was more realistic. I'm going to talk to my friends. Ding Xiangyang said goodbye. Lu Xiaoyi didn't persuade him anymore. They were all Jin Dan's cultivations. Persuasion was useless. He could only think about his own interests. His principle was that if Hairlip and Slug didn't have any other intentions, he would help them get the ancient spirit. It could be considered a good karma. If they had other intentions, it would depend on how far they went. He had been trying his best to avoid becoming enemies with 2 Buddhists and 2 Taoists at the same time. If that was the case, there was no need to operate Yarrowing anymore. It would be safer for everyone to return to their own homes. Even if he was dissatisfied with his current situation and wanted to kill all the opponents in front of him without restraint, there was no sect to support him in the upper realm of Juzian. There was no swordsman to back him up. There was no Xuanyuan's huge deterrence. A little Jin Dan who grew up in a foreign land was asking for death if he wanted to be unbridled. Therefore, even if he was unwilling, he and Qing Xian had no choice but to come here. It was to show that they were in a group. This was very important. Hairlip invited a few people to make the final arrangements. They were actually the 5 people from the upper realm of Juzian. Among them, Big and Small Eyes represented the Buddhists behind him, Hairlip and Slug represented the Taoists behind them, and the 2 loners. Hairlip went straight to the point. We are all brothers from the upper realm of Juzian. I won't beat around the bush. The current situation is clear. If we don't eliminate the opponents, we won't be able to get the ancient spirit. Therefore, let's not talk about getting the spirit, we'll only talk about defeating the enemy. Everyone listened quietly. Hairlip continued, this time, the most important thing is to defeat the enemy. There are 50 of them. Once they scatter and escape, they will continue to harass us. It will be like what we did before. In the end, we won't be able to solve the problem. Here, Brother Sun Moon Eye Buddha has some suggestions. Big and Small Eyes took over the topic. This was a gentle and steady monk. There was nothing special about him except for his pair of eyes, one big and one small. They were like the sun and the moon. This was also where his nickname came from. It was probably because he had cultivated some kind of secret Buddhist technique. In the cultivation world, some powerful secret techniques would often cause such a form to be exposed. It was not a big deal. When they reached the Yuanying Bodhisattva, the abnormality would naturally dissipate and return to normal. If we want to defeat them in one go, there's no special method. It's nothing more than a Buddhist enchantment. When we cast the enchantment, the opponents are all Taoists. They have many ways to break it. I'm afraid it won't last long. Therefore, my suggestion is that we cast the Buddhist enchantment and trap the enemies. Everyone, with the help of the Buddhist enchantment, although we can't increase the power of the enchantment, we can control the Buddhist enchantment to put pressure on the opponents. I'm not going in. Lu Xiaoyi did not hesitate. Chapter 890. Lu Xiaoyi had nothing to hesitate about. His situation was clear for all to see. If he still foolishly went in, then he would really be courting death. Big Eyes and Small Eyes were not surprised. Slug and Rabbit Lip were also as calm as water. They knew very well that with the relationship between this swordsman and Buddhism, it was impossible for him to throw them into the Buddha kingdom. A gentleman would not stand under a collapsing wall, and cultivators would not put themselves in danger. This had nothing to do with their Tao heart. Big Eyes and Small Eyes appeared to be indifferent. Fellow Daoist Dan, if you don't want to enter the Buddha kingdom, this is your right. I won't force you. Not only fellow Daoist Dan, but the others also have the right to make their own decisions. I promise, unless there is an accident, I will control the size of the Buddha kingdom within a reasonable range. Accident. What would be considered an accident? Everyone had different interpretations of this, but there was one point. If the cultivator did not take the initiative to enter the Buddha kingdom, the monks would show some signs when they pulled people into the kingdom. For cultivators like them who were also in the realm of Jindan, there was no possibility of pulling people into the kingdom silently. Qing Xian asked a very realistic question: how are you going to catch the dozens of cultivators on the other side in one fell swoop? They are not stupid to just stand there and wait for you to do it. Moreover, there are still some floating outside. Big Eyes and Small Eyes were very confident. It's okay. As long as we trap the dozens of cultivators on the other side, the others are just an itch to us. Besides, isn't there still fellow Daoist Dan outside? Rabbit Lip made the decision. Then, it's decided. We will follow Monk Yang into the Buddha kingdom. With the suppression of Buddhism, it will be easy to deal with them in the Buddha kingdom. Junior Marshal Brother Dan, you will stay outside and hold back those who slipped through the net. You have the sword vein and can use the traceless sword. There shouldn't be any risk. Everyone came to an agreement and began to give orders. Indeed, not everyone was willing to enter the Buddha kingdom. There were 3 cultivators who were unwilling to enter, like Lu Xiaoyi. They were all cultivators who were deeply wary of Buddhism. Lu Xiaoyi and Qing Xian communicated with each other using their divine senses. They both thought that there was a trap. You don't have to go in. Buddhist things are very strange, and there are more than 20 monks. Their Buddhist kingdom's Buddhist power can't be destroyed easily. If they can't come out, I'll be relieved. Lu Xiaoyi was puzzled by Qing Xian's choice. Qing Xian did not care, can't you tell? The meaning of Big Small Eyes is to separate you and me. Inside and outside the Buddha kingdom, we must have our own people. Either you or I will be inside, only then can we work together. Only when one side was in trouble could the other side provide assistance. Don't be happy too early. Maybe it's even more dangerous outside. Now that you're dead, I've finally gotten rid of my greatest enemy. I need to drink. Lu Xiaoyi reminded him, pay attention to that core meteorite. Establishing the Buddhist kingdom here is inseparable from its support. Qing Xian was slightly surprised. This is exactly what I wanted to remind you of. Didn't you also obtain a wisp of ancient simplicity spirit? Both of them smiled tacitly. People who came out from the 5th ring were almost at the pinnacle of using the environment in battle. Not long after, more than 20 monks and more than 10 Taoists flew towards the other side. When they passed by the core meteorite, they didn't find any signs of the ancient spirit's activity. It was hiding inside and devouring the jade pure. The group of cultivators on the opposite side did not show any signs of weakness. Because there were more Buddhist troops here, they also gathered together. It seemed that they did not want to drag on like this and wanted to get it done once and for all. When both sides were still in contact, 6 of the monks were chanting slowly, "Set up my Buddha kingdom, there are hell, hungry ghosts, beasts, not to be enlightened." Suddenly, there was the sound of ghosts and beasts coming from under their feet. The chi of blood was born in the heart. It was a very special kingdom in Buddhism, the Buddha kingdom of 6 sects, heavenly dragon. It took the meaning of the suffering of all living beings, the torment of hell, the foul air of blood, and also the sound of Buddha. When the monks were chanting, there were already cultivators on the opposite side who shouted angrily, "Where are the foul thoughts? Look at my red light." A red sun surged up, scattering golden light, and the sound of Buddhist chanting could be heard. Although the 6 monks worked very hard, under the illumination of the red sun, they were still unable to form a kingdom. While the few Taoists beside them were surprised, Big and Small Eyes were a little embarrassed. There are annihilation walkers on the opposite side. No matter, let's wait until we change to another Buddha kingdom. Let's see how they resist. Annihilation walkers referred to a very special group. Simply put, they were traitors of Buddhism. They formed their own Tao by destroying the Buddha's heart in their hearts. It was a very obscure orthodoxy. The strength of this orthodoxy was hard to say, but it had a special characteristic. It was very good at destroying the Buddha kingdom of Buddhist disciples. No one expected that there would be such a special existence on the opposite side. Perhaps it was also because of the annihilation walkers that they were indifferent to the addition of the monks. This time, 10 monks stood out and chanted in unison. The ghosts and beasts of hell were no more, and the beauties of the mortal world were born. Set up my Buddha, all living beings in the 10 directions, hearing my name, remember my kingdom, plant all virtues, and wish to give birth to my kingdom. Those who do not succeed, not to be enlightened. This was the 10-directional meritorious Buddha kingdom. The opposite side's camp changed again. A huge copper coin hung in the sky, and copper coins kept falling down. There was the sound of beads counting, and a loud voice reprimanding. Establishing a kingdom through trade benefits all living beings. I have never heard of anyone establishing a kingdom through merit. Establishing a kingdom through merit meant that it could not be established under the influence of money. It could not be established. Big and small eyes were a little embarrassed. They shouted, "Who dares to compete with Buddha for glory? Take a look at my 18 Arhats golden light kingdom." This time, of course, 18 monks stood out. Their loud voices resounded through the clouds. There were Sanskrit chants, falling flowers, and the response of the believers. The momentum was vast and unparalleled. Among them, 18 Arhats faintly appeared. Each of them was strong and strong. They were like 18 cloud pillars that wanted to hold up the sky of the Buddha kingdom. The monks sang in unison. Divine power emits great light, illuminating the boundless earth, eliminating the 3 impurities of the underworld, enlightening all calamities. Seeing that the Buddha kingdom was about to be established, the huge copper coin on the opposite side disappeared. Instead, 18 women appeared. Each of them was enchanting and charming. They sang in unison. 28 beauties' bodies are limp, slaying monks with swords at their waists. Although their heads don't fall, they secretly make the Buddha's marrow dry up. Seeing that the Buddha kingdom was beginning to shake again, the 18 Arhats' legs turned limp. Lu Xiaoyi, who was watching from afar, laughed loudly. It was just a fight. It was as interesting as an opera. The sun and moon in Big and Small eyes began to move. The Taoists beside them knew that the monks were really angry. Everyone. There is an annihilation walker in the opposite side's formation. I'm afraid I can't hold back. Sorry for the offense. The harelips and snot worms nodded. This was indeed a little awkward. With such a big formation, they ended up with a weak finish. Big and Small eyes shone with divine light. They said, "My wish to establish transcendence is to reach the supreme Tao. If this wish is not satisfied, I swear I will not achieve enlightenment." The entire space of meteorites was suddenly illuminated by Buddhist light. What followed was the annihilation walker's dying scream, whirling Buddha kingdom, a kingdom formed with a thought. Chapter 891. Lu Xiaoyi hadn't escaped either. As long as it was a cultivator in the group of meteorites, not a single one was left out. This wasn't the method of a Jindan cultivator. Moreover, the first 3 feints were only a pretense. Although it wasn't known how they managed to coordinate with each other so well, perhaps the last one was the true Buddha kingdom. No matter what happened, in the end, every cultivator would have to face such a Buddha kingdom. Soha Buddha kingdom. Soha, in the Buddhist will, referred to enduring, able to endure, and enduring the earth. It was the real world where the Buddha carried out his enlightenment. In other words, it referred to the human world, which was a world that was forever flawed and imperfect. It was bustling with activity, coming and going, all for the sake of benefits. Living in the Soha world meant suffering. However, one might not be able to understand the word suffering immediately. Even if they experienced it, it didn't equate to liberation. Seeing through it didn't mean they could endure it. Enduring it was past time, but they couldn't let it go. Not letting it go was uncomfortable. This was a Buddha kingdom of the mind. Unlike ordinary Buddha kingdoms that relied on Buddhist power to support themselves, it relied on Buddhist meaning. This was precisely the expertise of the 10,000 Buddhas facing heaven's preachers. As the head of the preachers, Big Eyes and Small Eyes possessed an ability that ordinary people couldn't reach in this regard. In the Buddha kingdom, there weren't all kinds of illusory reflections of the normal Buddha world. There were no Buddhas, bodhisattvas, arhats, bhikkhus, temples, pagodas, Buddhist light, or Sanskrit chants. There was only the suffering of people. Birth was suffering, life was suffering, being a child, being a parent, the mortal world was suffering, cultivation was suffering, survival was suffering, and the upper realm was suffering. Life was a great suffering, but in this Soha world, this kind of suffering was magnified to the extreme. In the Soha world, all living beings suffered, and there was no distinction between each other. In this place, there wouldn't be the power of the Buddha guardian Vajra descending, and there wouldn't be the warning of the 3,000 Buddhas. It was just that in such an environment of self-suffering, it made cultivators reflect, doubt, seek, and change. What was affected was a cultivator's Tao heart. The monks were the least affected because they had long been used to this set of theories and had resistance. The Taoists were far worse. Orthodox Taoists had perseverance in terms of their temperament, but some unorthodox Taoists, such as the sword vein, were greatly affected, because their growth was a history of blood and tears. The worst were those of the spirit, ghost, and virtual body. Basically, once they entered this place, they had to rely on Buddha, and then follow the guidance of the Buddha's guidance to seek their next life, and then seek their own afterlife. They would be abandoned in this world. Of course, waiting for the cultivators trapped in this place to win through self-suffering was too long, and it was not the way to fight. At this time, it depended on the cultivators in this place, such as the monks and the Taoists who were willing to enter the Buddha kingdom. Each of them had received a mind lamp from the monks. The ones who bore the greatest pressure of self-suffering were the forces that didn't surrender, such as the dragon-slaying and star-hunting worlds. Then, although they were in Juzyan, they didn't want to enter the Buddha kingdom without the guidance of the mind lamp, including Lu Xiaoyi, Ding Xiangyang, and a few others. Then, there were the Taoists in Juzyan. Although they weren't used to the Buddha kingdom, with the guidance of the mind lamp, they could still be in good condition. The monks were the most comfortable. More than 20 monks turned into messengers to save people from suffering. It was called redemption, but it was actually transcendence. The big and small eyes turned into the world, and the overall arrangement was made. He was the only monk who didn't show his true body in the Buddha kingdom. After a lot of experience, the Buddha kingdom finally took shape. The whirling Buddha kingdom didn't come from his own ability. It came from a Buddhist holy artifact, the whirling sherry. This was left behind by a Buddhist bodhisattva who was immersed in the whirling world all his life after he passed away. With just a thought, a kingdom was formed in an instant. This was the ultimate method he used to deal with the swordsman. The swordsman's attack power was unparalleled. This was the experience that the monks of the Bitter Zen temple summed up after the heaven and earth chess game. Compared with the swordsman's attack power, even the traditional Buddhist Vajra might not be able to win. Therefore, they thought that they should play to their strengths and avoid their weaknesses. They shouldn't compete with the swordsman in terms of attack power, but they should do it in other aspect. The Buddhists also had their own unique views on battle. They also knew the disadvantages of adding fuel to the fire and wearing down the swordsman. Under the extraordinary sharpness of the swordsman, it was difficult to be effective. Therefore, they didn't test or wear down the swordsman. Instead, they directly used a thunderous method to control the swordsman in the whirling world. Then, they launched a thunderous attack when the swordsman was suffering. It was a perfect plan. The only problem was that if they wanted to activate the whirling world perfectly with the big and small eyes, they needed some help. To put it simply, they needed a minimum number of people. Suffering could be contagious. The more people there were, the easier it was for them to influence each other. Back then, the Bodhisattva was able to build a country by himself because he had reached a certain realm. However, the big and small eyes couldn't do that. Therefore, they needed the number of cultivators and the transmission of suffering among the crowd. This was the reason why he was optimistic about the battle between the meteorites. There were enough people, and it was enough for him to perform his plan. The monks that he found were first to make up the number of people, and second, they could destroy the enemy faster after the whirling world was built. He didn't expect them to provide much help when the country was built. As for the 3 failures in building the country in the beginning, it was just a pretense. Even if he succeeded, he would quietly activate the whirling world and pull the swordsman into the country. However, since the other side had the Annihilation Walker, he just took advantage of the situation. He pretended to be angry and used his strongest method. The other Taoist cultivators present couldn't say anything about it, so it seemed more natural. This was a perfect setup. In the Taipu realm, he would use the battle of the ancient spirits to kill a cultivator that no one could find fault with. Harelip transmitted his divine sense, "We won't interfere with your plan, but we need to deal with the other cultivators first. Before that, we need his attacking ability. Moreover, your early attack may cause misunderstandings in the eyes of other cultivators." The Big and Small Eyes replied, "Don't worry, I'm not someone who doesn't know the big picture. Before I deal with those subjugation dragon slayer cultivators, I won't touch him." He was also telling the truth. The longer one stayed in the whirling world, the heavier their self-suffering would be, and the stronger their desire to leave the sea of suffering would be. It would be easier for them to make a move, so he wasn't in a hurry. He didn't have any objections to the sect's arrangement. A battle was never a face-to-face battle. At his level, he had long understood the true meaning of battle. In terms of layout, planning, timing, and specific circumstances, he had already made a lot of arrangements. To be able to achieve the current situation, he deserved it. Ordinary people would think that this was a shameless trap. When a cultivator stepped into someone else's trap, it was a sign of immaturity in itself. In the whirling world, there were now nearly 100 cultivators, which was close to the upper limit of his control. He really didn't have the energy to deal with a powerful opponent. The first thing he needed to do now was to restrict the subjugation dragon slayer and star hunter cultivators. These people were not weak, and they were all top talents in the world. He needed to do his best. Chapter 892. In the whirling world, the cultivators from Zhejiang and other realms were caught in a bitter battle. They were not unprepared for Buddhism, but they were not prepared enough. The Annihilation Walker could deal with the ordinary Buddhist kingdom, but he could not do anything to the Bodhisattva realm. They had overestimated the bottom line of Buddhism. The influence of the whirling world was gradually increasing, from a slight influence to 10%, 20%, and so on. Of course, it was impossible to weaken a powerful cultivator to the point where he could not even truss a chicken. Depending on the strength of one's state of mind, the most affected cultivator would lose 50% of his strength. Those with strong willpower would only be affected by 10% or 20% temporarily. It did not seem much, but under the encirclement of cultivators at the same level, even a slight difference would be infinitely magnified. Harelip and Snotworm began to kill mercilessly. They had to hurry up, because the Buddhist kingdom could not exist forever. However, the main killing force came from the 20 or so monks. They were not affected by the whirling world at all. This was the environment they were familiar with, and it was a habit they had cultivated since childhood. When the monks took off their hypocritical masks and used the pretense of subduing demons to protect Taoism, the essence of their killing was no different from other cultivators. In fact, they were even more unscrupulous under the glory of Buddhism. Even the Taoists could not stand such a killing. This was a contradiction. Was the battle of orthodoxy more important? Or was the battle of realms more important? Lu Xiaoyi was just a bystander. He also used his sword, but instead of saying that he was killing people, it was better to say that he was testing the flying sword in the whirling world. In the situation where nearly half of the Taoist cultivators were just bystanders, the monks also suffered a great loss. After all, the other side had the advantage of numbers. In the battle, Harelip and Snotworm showed their real fighting strength. Their ultimate goal was the ancient spirit of Taipu, so they had to do their best. As the cultivators of Zhejiang and other realms died one by one, Big Eyes and Small Eyes finally had time to focus on their real goal. He suddenly found that the swordsman was not affected by the whirling world at all, which could only mean that his spiritual willpower had reached a very terrifying level. Harelip was very dissatisfied, because this swordsman was not working hard at all. One ear. Is this the attitude of the carefree wanderer when it comes to dealing with a domain war? Lu Xiaoyi said indifferently, I will contribute to the realm. The premise was that the various forces in the domain had to be united. If I go all out, can you guarantee that no one will target me afterwards? Slug interrupted, cultivators shouldn't make decisions based on their imaginations. Lu Xiaoyi retorted, but cultivators should have their own judgment. Hairlip reminded him, what you're doing will only widen the rift between Buddhism and Taoism. Lu Xiaoyi said disdainfully, is the crack not big enough now? How can a mere Jin Dan influence the relationship between Buddhism and Taoism? I'm afraid no one would believe this. Hairlip and Slug felt that this was very troublesome. Now that things had developed to this point, they were in a dilemma. Too many schemes had caused the relationship between cultivators to become impure. This was originally something that could be resolved with a battle, but now it had implicated so many people. They really didn't know if Buddhism was right or wrong in doing this. They were not surprised that the swordsman felt this way. If it were anyone else, it would be strange if they did not realize something by now. Lu Xiaoyi said slowly, actually, for Taoists, there are two goals. One is Buddhism, and the other is the unorthodox path of Taoism. The sword vein is the unorthodox path in your eyes, right? I don't blame you, because this is a general trend, and individual strength cannot change it. In terms of goals, even if you can't accomplish one, you can still accomplish the other, right? Both of them did not say anything. They understood the meaning behind the swordsman's words. He was too bold, too arrogant. He was just one person, yet he dared to say such big words here. However, they did not continue to urge him. Since he had already made it clear, they would be treating him as a fool if they still asked him to do so before he died. Everything would have to wait until the clash between Buddhism and the swordsman. They set their target on another person. Mourning robe. If One Ear and Buddhism have a conflict, which side will you stand on? Or will you not help either side? Qing Xian did not hesitate. Is there a need to choose? Of course, I will kill Buddhism and respect Taoism. Hairlip sighed, the sword vein is not orthodox Taoism. Qing Xian retorted, this time your reason is that the sword vein is unorthodox. If I don't help him, who will help me the next time your reason is that he is not from the divine mountain continent? Forgive me for being blunt, but Buddhism's plan this time is too clumsy. Even if he directly gathers people to surround us, I will not say a word, because there is a grudge between them. Both of you may not have noticed, but many of our allies are already complaining about the monks killing the Taoists in the Buddhist world. This is why they chose to wait and see. If we kill the swordsman, our foundation will be shaken. I don't know what the pros and cons are, but I, Taishen Zhonghuang, will not do anything to undermine my own position outside. Family rules are family rules, and external enemies are external enemies. If I can't distinguish clearly, how can I lead the group? Qingwei Yuanxia has always considered himself as the leader of Taoism, yet he always blamed the other sects for not cooperating. If you do this, everyone will be in danger. Who will cooperate? Hairlip was speechless. Mourning robe, don't you want to reconsider? Qing Xian rejected directly, there is no need to reconsider. When Buddhism attacks the Xiaoyaro sect, it will be the moment when I attack Buddhism. Let me remind you, I am not the only one who will attack at that time. It was a good game of chess, but it was a mess. Obviously, you can use a more Daoist way to solve it, but you have to resort to these tricks. The Xiaoyaro sect specially came to help us collect the spiritual opportunity. Based on this, I will protect his safety. Don't talk to me about principles. The elders told me that even if the Lord comes, I will say the same thing. Otherwise, I will not be at ease. Qing Xian left, leaving Hairlip in an awkward situation. Everyone had laid out their cards, and he realized that he was a villain in vain. But this was not the end. Slug said bluntly, I am not as good as Mourning Robe's state of mind. Senior Marshal Brother, you know my attitude very well. If things really go out of control, don't blame me for not helping you. Hairlip said angrily, Slug, you are always like this, dragging me down at the crucial moment. I have known you for hundreds of years, and you have never changed. Slug did not care. Will Senior Marshal Brother tell Big Eye and Small Eye about the changes in the battlefield? Hairlip said with hatred, "Such a change, how can you say it? Do you think you and I can personally participate in this terrible battle? In the cultivation world, strength speaks for itself. Let's wait and see how they fight." Chapter 893. Lu Xiaoyi had basically figured out the changes in the trajectory of the flying swords in the Buddha kingdom. Seeing that the battle between the monks and Taoists was halfway through, he did not want to wait any longer. In theory, he should wait for the big and small eyes to start attacking before he counterattacked. Flipping and reversing the situation was the most satisfying way to slap the face. Moreover, he could gain the upper hand in terms of morality. After all, the monks were the ones who attacked first. But in reality, morality in the cultivation world was **t. If the Buddhists did not care, the sanctimonious Taoists did not care either. Why should Lu Xiaoyi cling on to this layer of fig leaf and not let go? Why should he wait for his trump card to be revealed? If he did not like the look of it and had a grudge, he would just attack first. He had said what he needed to say. The monks had exhausted their energy and laid the groundwork. As a swordsman, there was no reason for him to let the other party attack first. Hence, he used his consciousness to tell Qing Xian, "I'm going to attack." Qing Xian was speechless. Shenyuan swordsmen were all like this. They loved to flip the table, but he had to remind him. Don't fight to a stalemate. After all, those on our side are in the minority. The first attack will kill him. If the attack succeeds, the rest will have to come over. Let's do it together. When I was in the 5th ring, I always fought alone. I never ambushed others, let alone 2 against 1. I'm really regressing. Lu Xiaoyi laughed. This is not your first time, right? When Tai Xian killed that Mr. Yin, was I the one who forced you? You're so familiar with it. I think you've done it many times before. The two of them wandered around the Buddha kingdom. They moved closer to the center of the Buddha kingdom and began to look for an opportunity. In the Buddha kingdom, the big and small eyes were the only cultivators who did not show their true selves. He was the one who activated the whirling sherry. His will controlled the entire whirling sherry through the sherry. As for where his real body was, no cultivator in the Buddha kingdom knew. As long as he did not really attack, with the entire Buddha kingdom as a cover, nothing would go wrong. This was the protection that the big small eyes gave him. Since he might not be able to withstand the attack of his opponent's flying sword, the best way was to prevent his opponent from finding him. No one could find Big Eye and Small Eye, but that was only true for the cultivators in the Buddhist kingdom. However, there were no absolutes in this world. To put it in a more abstract way, the Heavenly Way knew where he was hiding. There was no Heavenly Way to help him here, but there was a local tyrant. Lord of Tai Pu had always been paying attention to the situation of the cultivators in the small universe. This kind of situation was very rare because there were 2 people that he was very interested in among the hundreds of cultivators that participated this time. It was still too early to judge what these 2 people would do in the future. Even immortals could not predict 100 years, not to mention that it would take at least 10,000 years to achieve what Lord Tai Pu had achieved. Who could predict the vicissitudes of 10,000 years? But it was very interesting, because she was someone from the domain that it had once admired. When the whirling world was used by a certain monk, Lord Tai Su was very dissatisfied. As an innate spiritual treasure, it had no interest in the so-called orthodoxy of humans. Whether it was Taoism or Buddhism, it had nothing to do with it. Innate spiritual treasures formed their own sect and did not care about this. But it cared about rules. In a scene at the level of Jindan, it was a bit too much for you to create a Buddhist enchantment that was similar to Bodhisattva's yuanying. But this was a test on the edge of the red line. If it was a pet spirit at the level of yuanying, it would not hesitate to crush it to death. But this was just an enchantment. It did not have much attack power. It only helped the cultivator's state of mind. This was still within the scope of its tolerance. It could feel that one of the 2 cultivators in the Buddhist world that it was interested in harbored malice, but it did not intend to make a move. If it could not even get past such a small hurdle, what was the use of being interested in him? The road ahead was long, and no one would always support it. Lord Taisu was also very interested. In such a Buddhist world, with a Yuanying-level concealment and the help of more than 10 fellow Buddhists, what method would this swordsman use to break this mental barrier? Maybe his sword was very sharp, but the whirling world was not something that could be broken by strength. In other words, there was nothing in the whirling world that could be broken. This barrier was in the heart of every cultivator. Under the attention of the Lord of Taisu, a small anomaly outside the field attracted his attention. It was the core of the small universe, the small meteorite with a radius of several feet. Perhaps the pure spiritual vigor inside the meteorite had been devoured, and the outside world had become quiet again. A few wisps of Taisu ancient spirits quietly emerged one by one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. What was going on? There were only 4 wisps of ancient spirits here. How could there be 2 more wisps out of thin air? Lord Taisu was a little puzzled. Although its lifespan was as long as the sky, it could not be compared with human beings in terms of cunning and resourcefulness. It could not figure it out for a while, so it could only stare at it first. In the end, 2 wisps of ancient spirits emerged from the surface of the meteorite. They looked around stealthily. The whirling shally of big and small eyes could take everything into the Buddha kingdom, but it could not take in the core meteorite of this small universe. This was a matter of authority. If it was really taken in, wouldn't the entire small universe be at his disposal? Therefore, the core of the meteorite became the only object in this area that was both inside and outside the Buddha kingdom. Of course, it included a few wisps of Taisu ancient spirits. The last 2 wisps of ancient spirits that came out quickly found the only human existence in their field of vision. Of course, they did not know what was a cow's nose and what was a bald donkey. They just pointed at that person and spread the news through their own spiritual vibration that was not understood by cultivators. Of course, it could not be too far away. However, if their master was at the center of the Buddha kingdom, it seemed that he could easily accept it. Lord Taisu finally understood. It knew that in the next moment, the monk hiding outside would face a sudden attack. Qing Xian was facing a Zui cultivator. With his ability, he could easily kill the enemy, but he was unwilling to do so in the Buddha kingdom. This was a matter of Taoism. He would not let outsiders do it. Even if he did not have the help of the Buddha kingdom, it would not make a big difference to him. Without leaving a trace, he manipulated the opponent to the predetermined battlefield. Suddenly, the clear and turbid qi rushed out and went straight to the top of the Buddha kingdom. This was a rare technique that could pierce through the Buddha kingdom. It came from the true inheritance of the ancient 3 clear orthodoxy. The turbid qi was still in the Buddha kingdom, but the clear qi was already outside the Buddha kingdom. It accurately trapped the big and small eyes outside the Buddha kingdom who were concentrating on controlling the Buddha kingdom. At the same time, Lu Xiaoyi, who was also fighting with the dragon-slaying cultivator in the Buddha kingdom, shook his sword formation. A sword gleam gathered the power of the sword formation and came out. It was mysterious, but it ignored the restrictions of the whirling world. It almost arrived at the same time as Qing Xian's clear light. Poor big and small eyes. He had not shown his true ability. He was full of ambition. The foundation of the reincarnation of sun and moon that he had cultivated for hundreds of years could not help him deal with the danger in front of him under the sudden attack. There was not a trace of injury on his body. Not a drop of blood. The essence of the human body was cut off by the qi severing. He only became a lifelike Buddha corpse. His eyes looked into the distance. He did not understand what had happened until he died. Chapter 894. Harelip and Slug were the first to notice this change. They were only half-hearted during the battle, but they were focusing on the swordsman and every minute change in the Buddhist world. From their point of view, big eyes and small eyes were about to make their move. They couldn't possibly wait until all the Taoists from other realms had been eliminated before making their move. That would be too obvious and would easily arouse the disgust of the Taoist. Now was the only time. The power of breaking through several realms had been greatly weakened, and the losses of the monks were still within a manageable range. The 2 of them were very curious. What kind of method would Big Eyes and Small Eyes use to deal with the swordsman? Would they rely on the power of the Buddhist world? Or would they personally take action? They would most likely take action personally, right? This swordsman still had some strength. If they didn't face him directly, it would be too illusory to compete with him in terms of state of mind. They were also very curious about the number one Buddhist monk in the Jindan hierarchy. Before they had become famous, he was already one of the top Jindan monks in Juzian. If they were considered a small circle, Big Eyes and Small Eyes could be considered as the eldest senior brother. They had never seen the legendary Rinnegan of Sun and Moon, a unique skill of Buddhism, with their own eyes. That was because the Rinnegan of Sun and Moon rarely showed up in public. Even when he did show up in public, he always looked kind and amiable, showing the temperament of a Buddhist preacher vividly. They also wanted to see the magic of the Rinnegan, and now was a good opportunity, but reality hurt them, because they would never have such an opportunity again. It was just one sword. Hundreds of years of glory were gone. Reincarnation, Buddha's protection, under the violent flying sword, all hypocrisy returned to impermanence. They had to admit that as the leader of the Jindan, Hairlip had extraordinary reactions. Do it. Don't leave a single one alive. Hairlip dashed out, no longer holding back. He pinned down a monk and gave him a fierce beating. Slug's reaction wasn't slow either. One ear was right, there were two targets. Since it was impossible to weaken the sword vein, then it was better to weaken the Buddhist sect. At this time, the Buddhist world disappeared with the death of Big Eyes and Small Eyes. There were less than 20 monks left on the battlefield, but there were 30 to 40 Taoists. Among them, there were more than 10 from Juzian's group, and more than 20 from the Dragonslayers group. But now, the Taoists were no longer fighting among themselves, but focused on the Buddhist disciples. Just like in the whirling world, the monks were like fish in water. Now, the tables had turned. It was time for the Taoists to be free. The Taoists had a huge advantage in terms of numbers. In addition, there were ruthless people like Lu Xiaoyi and Qing Xian who were attacking everywhere, intercepting and killing the monks who were trying to escape. Soon, the battle was over. This was a victory without any suspense. However, victory was not the end. The monks were no longer around, but the Taoists were divided into two factions. Relatively speaking, there were more Taoists in the dragon-slaying faction. However, no one was blind. Regarding the disappearance of the whirling world, the two golden core immortals of the Ju immortal realm and their astonishing strength, these were all true facts. A Taoist Zhe Chong stepped forward, but he wasn't facing Hairlip and Slug, but Lu Xiaoyi. I'm Zhe Chong Ding. Thanks to your help, we didn't get wiped out in the meteorite group this time. After that, we'll follow your orders. We won't hesitate. Lu Xiaoyi smiled and stepped aside. He looked at Hairlip and said, actually, we've been planning for this for a long time, but it's not my work alone. With senior brother in charge, I'm just the tip of the knife. Qing Xian sighed at the side. This swordsman seemed to be reckless, but he was actually a cautious person. He didn't care about fame, but only cared about practical benefits. He really had good intentions. Taoist Wang Ding was a little hesitant. In fact, there were too many doubts in this battle. He didn't believe that Hairlip wanted to trap the Buddhist monks from the beginning. At the very least, he wanted to trap both sides. However, it was also wrong to say that these Juzian people were loyal to Buddhism. After all, now that the monks had returned to the Buddhist kingdom, there were too many complications. It wasn't something that an outsider like him could understand. When he saw Lu Xiaoyi looking at him, he knew that this was the swordsman's last attempt to be friendly. If he accepted it, he and Slug were the masterminds of this incident. There were gains and losses. It was inevitable that they would attract the wrath of Buddhism. However, the benefits were that they would have a good reputation in the surrounding regions for upholding the orthodoxy, and they would be praised for not sticking to the rules. In addition, they would have the friendship of this swordsman and the recognition of Xiao Yarou and Tai Xian. There was no hesitation and no need to consider. Anyone with a brain would know what to do. Since Wang Ding has such intentions, why don't we wait for a while? We'll discuss it. We've already fought. Can't we decide who belongs to whom after we've killed everyone? We should follow the rules of Taoism when it comes to matters of Taoism. Wang Ding didn't say anything else and left. This time, the two of them didn't make a decision privately. Instead, the four of them gathered together and formed the right to discuss fairly. Have the two of you collected any ancient spirits? Rabbit Lip looked at Lu Xiaoyi and Qing Xian. Whether they could open their hearts to each other depended on whether they collected them privately. Lu Xiaoyi spread out his hands. We have. Senior Marshal Brother, please look at that meteorite. Only then did Rabbit Lip and Slug notice that the core meteorite had turned from 4 to 6. The two of them were also quick-witted people. They immediately understood why this swordsman could suddenly appear in the Buddhist land and easily kill big eyes and small eyes with one sword. Moreover, Qing Xian's role in this could not be underestimated. Hence, he smiled, preparing for a rainy day, taking every conceivable possibility into account. I'm impressed. Alright, since the two of you have ancient spirits, you can just take them back. However, it's not good for you to take any more. This has nothing to do with contribution. It's just that there are too many monks and too little porridge. Qing Xian nodded. We didn't want to take a share of the loot. We'll leave it to the fated ones. Rabbit Lip took a deep breath. The change this time was beyond his expectations. However, it seemed that it was not that hard to accept. It was even better than when the Buddhists succeeded. To be honest, if the Buddhists succeeded, not only would it be difficult to divide the ancient spirits, but it would also be very troublesome in the aftermath. Yuanxia Qingwei's reputation in the outside world would be out of control. His allies would be dissatisfied, and the monks would feel that they had contributed greatly. Hence, when things developed to this point, he actually felt relieved. Hence, he did not mind expressing his magnanimity. I have it too, so I won't divide it. Lu Xiaoyi followed up with flattery. Senior Marshal Brother, you're righteous. You're magnanimous. Rabbit Lip looked at Slug. That means Slug doesn't have it. The four of us came out, and it's not good to leave out one, so, unexpectedly, Slug was a little embarrassed. Senior Marshal Brother, actually I have it too. Rabbit Lip was a little angry. Damn it, you even lied to me. All these people were attracted by you, and there were countless casualties. Just because you wanted to take a bite. Slug was not convinced. I didn't get to eat it. Chapter 895. Hairlip made the final decision. I think we shouldn't make it too complicated. This thing can never satisfy everyone. Zhu Xian and the other three did not take a single ancient spirit. Why don't we let the realm that supports us and Zhichong take 2 of the 4 ancient spirits in the meteorite? We don't have to care about how they divide it, lest others say that we are unfair. This was a good decision, at least it seemed fair. When the news spread, both sides were satisfied. Zhu Xian's image in the upper realm suddenly became bigger. This was what Rabbit Lip was most satisfied with, and it was also a result that he did not expect at all. If he knew this would happen, why did he do it in the first place? The problem was, without the baptism of blood, would the equal division be acceptable to both sides? Would he and the Slug still be so selfless? There was nothing more memorable than the lesson of blood. The funny thing was, in the next time, they would definitely make the same mistake again. It was not that they did not learn from their mistakes, but this was the reason why humans were human. Zhu Xian's allies were very satisfied, because they really did not think that with such a weak position, they would still have the chance to divide the ancient spirit. Zhichong and the other realms were also very satisfied because they had just escaped from the danger of being completely wiped out. They were still alive, and the ancient spirits were divided. This was an unexpected surprise. When everyone gathered together, they were no longer at daggers drawn, and the atmosphere was much more relaxed. Some cultivators even praised Lu Xiaoyi's heaven-shocking sword. When the cultivators saw the 2 strands of Grand Simplicity ancient spirits on the meteorite, they basically understood why the Buddhist kingdom was destroyed. However, Lu Xiaoyi became very humble now. Only Qing Xian truly understood him. This was a dog that was wagging its tail after biting someone. Whoever believed it would be an idiot. Before coming, Zhu Xian and the other senior martial brothers had discussed. The internal conflict of Taoism is an internal conflict, and not a fundamental one. If there are outsiders present, it is fundamental to unite against outsiders. This is what we thought, and this is what we did. Rabbit Lip nodded, as if he really said that. He also had no choice. He knew that this was swordsman flattering him in front of everyone. The key was that he could not reject it, and he could not ruin this hard-won situation. Moreover, it seemed to be very useful. This bird was truly cunning. How was he going to make a move on it in the future? Now, not only would Morning Robe be on his side, but Slug would also be on his side, leaving him all alone. When Wang Ding and the other cultivators heard these words, they felt a little sad because they had lost many of their companions. However, the problem was that they were not usually in the same realm. It was nonsense to say that they had a deep personal relationship. They could only listen to the people of Zhu Xian boasting about themselves. It had to be said that the performance of the upper realm Taoists in Zhu Xian this time was very impressive. Putting aside the treachery in the early stages, their actions against the Buddhists in the later stages were clean and efficient. With a thunderous strike, they cut the weeds and eliminated the roots, sweeping away the dilly-dallying of the previous years. In the cultivation world, people had to die. People had to look forward. Otherwise, they would forever be immersed in grievances and could not extricate themselves. Wang Ding and the rest had to endure the cruelty of losing their companions. Slug had to bear the responsibility of killing the Buddhists alone. Lu Xiaoyi obviously had outstanding strength, but he had to tuck his tail between his legs and suck up to others. Qing Xian could only keep a low profile and not dare to be arrogant. Everyone had their own helplessness. This was the cultivation world. It was not a place to act recklessly based on one's temper. At the very least, Jin Dan could not. There were countless parents-in-law pressuring him. Slug thought of something. The best way to collect the ancient spirit of Taipu is to seal the core of the meteorite with the power of the 5 elements. This would temporarily restrict its ability to produce Yuqing. Otherwise, it would take a long time. We originally had a cultivator who was proficient in the 5 elements. However, the heavens were jealous of his talent, so he died. Among you, are there any who are proficient in the 5 elements? Wang Ding was equally embarrassed. Originally, there were 2. In the end, one was outside the Buddha kingdom, and the other was inside the Buddha kingdom. They were both martyred, so everyone was a little speechless. The brutality of a battle between cultivators only made them sigh endlessly at this moment. If they did not restrict the production of Yuqing, they could only wait. They did not know how long they would have to wait. Lu Xiaoyi volunteered, "Let me do it. I still know a little about the 5 elements. If it doesn't work, we will think of another way." Everyone was overjoyed. This swordsman's strength was obvious. He was just being polite when he said that he knew a little. Otherwise, he would not dare to volunteer in front of everyone. Lu Xiaoyi and Qing Xian came to the side of the meteorite. Defy waved his hand and collected their Taipu ancient spirit. This was their own ability and luck. Others could not be envious of it. Lu Xiaoyi straightened his body and laughed. "My 5 elements are sometimes effective. If there is a mistake, don't blame me for taking it for myself. I will gather my strength here. Don't be idle. Hurry up and decide the ownership of the ancient spirit. Don't force the ancient spirit out from my place and you all start fighting again." Everyone laughed and argued about the ownership of the ancient spirit. It was impossible to fight. If anyone wanted to fight, they would attract everyone's hostility. It was not easy for the Daoist to achieve harmony. They could not only hold on for a few moments, right? Everyone had their own ideas. There was no need to discuss. Lu Xiaoyi put one hand on the meteorite and secretly observed the 5 elements of the meteorite. He pondered about the operating path. Only he had the best mastery of the 5 elements among the Jindan realm. After entering the small universe, he had deduced all the way, so he didn't need to think for too long. With a plan in mind, the 5 elements began to circulate, and the entire meteorite began to fall into a rhythmic rhythm. Red, yellow, green, blue, and grey. This was his understanding of the Tai Ching sect guarding divine stone in the blue sky's eastern sea. Now, he made a slight change and used it here. As the 5 elements changed, the 4 ancient spirits inside felt that something was wrong. But they refused to come out. They were clear that if they came out, they would be taken away by someone. But if they stayed here, the human cultivators might not dare to destroy the core of the meteorite. This was because this represented the foundation of the little universe. Lu Xiaoyi was not in a hurry. As the 5 colors changed, the several zhong-wide meteorite began to shrink slowly. Under the compression of the power of the 5 elements, it changed its structure once again. This kind of strange scene made the surrounding cultivators gasp in amazement. As a sword cultivator, the power of the 5 elements in one hand was difficult for others to look up to. They unconsciously had a new understanding of the strength of the Zhuxian cultivators. The change became faster and faster. The meteorite changed from the size of a room to the size of a table, and finally to the size of a pebble. The 4 ancient spirits could no longer hide. They trembled and wanted to escape. Outside, there were already 4 Taoists waiting for them. They took out their jade purity to lure them. Under the cunning of humans, they were just spiritual vigils. How could they really escape from the trap of humans? The cultivators couldn't help but look at the 4 ancient spirits, but no one noticed that Lu Xiaoyi threw the cobblestone in his hand into his storage ring. This was not him taking advantage of the Lord of Simplicity. It was just a habit. It was like a smoker taking someone else's lighter. Only Qing Xian, who was at the side, saw it clearly. She could not help but shake her head. This guy really dared to take advantage of anyone. Was he not afraid that the little universe would collapse? Chapter 896. The small universe did not collapse, but the storage ring did. The meteorite directly pierced through the storage ring and fell out. Lu Xiaoyi's temper flared. He couldn't keep the storage space, so he simply tucked it into his belt. He now understood that he probably couldn't take this thing away, but he just wanted to vent his anger. Lord Taipu had a big family and a big business, so he wouldn't care, right? Looking at Qing Xian's half-smile, Lu Xiaoyi laughed dryly. This stone is quite pretty. Qing Xian hit the nail on the head. Shenyuan thieves do not leave empty-handed. Taiposhi started its universe travel again. Every time it reached a world, it would put down the cultivators of the world. Although the universe was vast, it was nothing to an existence like it. This was an ordinary Taipu assembly. Apart from the fact that many people died, everything else was normal. When it reached the upper realm of Zhuxian, it was hesitant. Under normal circumstances, if it put down the 4 cultivators, they would not be able to take anything with them except for the 4 ancient spirits of Taipu. Once the people left, the items would be left behind. This was Lord Taipu's rule. Especially things like the core of the small universe, which was also the core of the Taipu stone itself. It would be used every time it went through a cycle of reincarnation. It was a part of the core that allowed it to evolve the secrets of the universe and the origin of chaos. It had never been given out before. Zhuxian's position in the upper realm was based on the distance of the continent. Hairlip was put down first, followed by Qing Xian. When only Slug and One Ear were left, both of them knew that they had only spent a few breaths of time together. Slug saw that his senior brother was not around, so he apologized. The changes in the realm of Taipu caused us to be careless. Junior brother, please don't take it to heart. It's always like this in Taoism, sometimes we can't help ourselves. What was there that Lu Xiaoyi did not understand? In his hometown, Qingkong and Taoism had been fighting for hundreds of years. In history, the feud between the two had lasted for tens of thousands of years. It was normal and not strange at all. This was the suppression of all the branches of Taoism by the orthodox Daoist sect, not just the sword vein. The physique vein, bloodline vein, soul vein, and so on were all the same. It was just that the sword vein was the most active among them, so it seemed to be taken care of more. What the snot bug meant was an apology to a certain extent. However, one should not think that this kind of apology would change some deep-rooted ideas in a cultivator's heart. The apology was real, but it was also very limited. It was not difficult for someone like Lu Xiaoyi, who could see through people's hearts, to distinguish the propriety of the apology. How should he deal with it? You can't ignore it. It'll make people think that you're looking down on him. He could not pretend to be magnanimous. Otherwise, every time he did this, he would be at a disadvantage in his dealings with others for the rest of his life. His method was very simple: make a request. Turning nothingness into something tangible would not only satisfy the other party's generosity, but also benefit himself. As for the next time, it would be up to him wherever he met him. I have 2 small requests. I wonder if senior brother knows can help me. Slug was speechless. Request? 2 requests? Did they really think that Qingwei cultivators were all children of wealth? Let's hear it. Although I have some connections and status in Qingwei, I'm only a Jindan cultivator after all. Lu Xiaoyi smiled. Of course it won't exceed my ability. First of all, I've been studying the star technique recently to prepare for the early stage of the star technique. However, the star technique of the gold core stage of the carefree travel team is mostly limited to the main world and doesn't involve the inverse space. I heard that the Qingwei immortal sect is unique in the star technique, so please excuse me. If there's a technique that doesn't involve the core of the star technique but also involves the inverse space technique, I'd like to borrow it and have a look. Slug's response was very straightforward. Yes, junior brother is right. I, Qingwei, am second in the star technique in Juzian, and no one dares to say they're first. Junior brother, you've found the right person. Although I don't practice the star technique, I still have a basic understanding of it. As far as I know, among the fundamental techniques, there's a technique called Xiong-Yang Star that fits your request very well. It's a mysterious technique in the Jindan stage that doesn't require one to enter the negative space star technique. But I'll say this first. This technique can only be comprehended by junior brother and can't be passed on to others. Otherwise, I won't be able to explain it to the sect. Great powers were generally open to non-fundamental cultivation techniques. It was not entirely because they were generous, but because the cultivation technique itself was secondary. The most important thing was the insights of countless predecessors that accompanied the cultivation of the cultivation technique. It was a sharp weapon to entice and rope in cultivators from other sects. Of course, Lu Xiaoyi's attainments in the star technique were incomparable. It was impossible to expect him to frequently enter Qingwei immortal sect because of this. The second thing is that I've created a sword vein in Yaoying Palace. Everything is difficult at the beginning, and I have a deep grudge with Buddhism. I don't ask senior brother to draw your sword, but I hope senior brother will not be stingy with some information. It's difficult for a small family to survive, Slug agreed immediately. This was not difficult. When they returned to the upper realm in Juzian, Buddhism was the most important target to guard against. Appropriately helping Yaoying Sword Palace was in line with the overall strategy of Taoism. With a white light, Slug was sent out. In less than 10 breaths, Lu Xiaoyi was also wrapped in a clear light. He did not know where he was. He only felt light and shadow changing, and time and space intertwining. When he saw the sun again, he was already in the sky above Xiaoyaro Mountain. When he landed, he felt that his waist was still bulging, and the cobblestone was still there. He was puzzled. Shouldn't this kind of thing be taken away by Lord Taipu? How did he manage to bring it out so easily? Was it important? Or did he have other intentions? He needed to report back to the Great Freedom Palace, because he was the only Jindan stage cultivator in the carefree travel who had been to the Grand Simplicity realm in the past 10,000 years. Therefore, he had the obligation to report all kinds of details about the Grand Simplicity realm for the future generations to refer to. This thing was too eye-catching, and there was no place to put it. If he really went to the Great Freedom Hall, he would not be able to hide it from Daoist Master. He could only go back to the cave and put down the meteorite. Then, he went to the Great Freedom Hall and handed over a jade scroll. Daoist Master Zhao scanned it with his spiritual sense and understood. He casually asked, not bad. You've gained something. Then, this time, 5 of you went. How many came back? 4. Lu Xiaoyi was honest. The damage. Could it be the 10,000 Buddha monks? Daoist Master Zhao had a premonition. Martial Uncle has great foresight. His eyes are like torches. His divine strategy is brilliant. He hit the nail on the head. Lu Xiaoyi did not want to talk about this issue. I guess it was you who did it. Daoist Master Zhao had a headache. It was the arrangement of the hairlip slug. The Taishen morning robe added fuel to the fire. The big and small eyes had ulterior motives. They gathered a group of monks to attack. At that time, the situation was chaotic. In the world of the Buddhist kingdom, there were many uncertain factors. Daoist Master Zhao interrupted his rambling. I'm asking you, was it you who did it? Lu Xiaoyi laughed dryly. I just casually used my sword. The result was a coincidence. Chapter 897. Daoist Master Zhao held his forehead with his hand. Fighting against the Buddhist sect was the basic strategy of the Daoist sect. There was no need to say this. However, it was very particular about who would destroy the strong, who would wave the fan behind them, and who would watch the fire from the other side. Carefree Travel had always been watching from the sidelines. They cheered loudly, but in fact, they rarely rushed to the front. However, they did not expect that after taking this person under their banner, Carefree Travel would rush to the front line of the fight against Buddhism. This was not in line with the style of Carefree Travel. A single piece of rat droppings spoiled the entire pot of soup. It couldn't be that the entire sect's rhythm was led by a mere Jin Dan, right? You can leave first. Your Shadow Sword Palace should be quiet for the next few days. Buddhism, on the surface, is tolerant and friendly, advising people to repent and be saved, but in fact, it is the most intolerant orthodoxy. Their schemes were extremely deep, and they would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. You won't be able to escape from the Tai Pu realm. Maybe even the sect will be dragged into it. Go back first. The sect needs to discuss this properly. I'll inform you later. Lu Xiaoyi didn't move. Martial Uncle, when I go back this time, I'll bring the 10 years' worth of resources back with me. I also need your signature. That disciple would like a small world space. Does the sect have any spare ones? Zhenren Zhao sighed. This cultivator's character could not be changed. Such a swordsman who caused trouble all day was really not suitable to stay in the Carefree Mountain sect. He could not be controlled and would easily cause trouble. The last time he was sent to the Heaven and Earth chessboard, he had greatly offended the Bitter Zen Temple. This time, he was sent to the Tai Pu realm, and he had fiercely offended the 10,000 Buddhas. They couldn't say anything about him because everything he did was in line with the overall strategy of the sect. Small world space. It was a portable small domain. It was a collection of relatively stable spatial structures discovered by cultivators in the long river of time. Some of them had special uses and even became the most precious treasures of sects. They could be used to cultivate different types of spiritual plants or produce rare materials. They could be used to understand special Tao realms or to train talents of the younger generation. There were countless kinds of precious things that could not be possessed by just any cultivator. These were strategic resources. If he were an individual cultivator, he would have rejected the swordsman's request on the spot. However, he was an independent cultivator, and could be considered an independent force. If that was the case, it wouldn't be too much to ask for a small space. It was too annoying. Go back and rest for a few days. Wait for my reply. Seeing this fellow walk out of the hall, Daoist Master Zhao felt a headache coming on. The direction of the sect's grand strategy was not something he could decide. This was not a small matter, and the pressure from the two Buddhist sects was inevitable. The Great Freedom Hall had to be clear about the direction of the sect's upper echelons. Or continue to support him. This did not just involve one person, but also the behavior of thousands of Jindan cultivators. Was this forbearance? Or was it tit for tat? It even included the contact between Yuanian cultivators and Buddhist cultivators in the void of the universe. Outside the Juzian upper realm, in the void of the universe, a Daoist was in deep meditation on an ordinary meteorite. From the meteorite's position, one could see the Juzian upper realm from afar. For someone of his strength, it was no different from a mountain gate. The Daoist was dressed in a black robe. There was nothing special about him except for his pair of white eyebrows that were particularly eye-catching. There were 5 young gods in the Xiaoyaro Travel Guild. This was only in theory because 2 of them had not been seen for thousands of years. No one knew if they were dead or alive. The other one was at the end of his life and was facing his final decision. The other one was a newcomer who had traveled far into the universe. Therefore, in the past 1,000 years, the highest decision of the Xiaoyaro Travel Guild was basically made by him, because he was in his prime. He was a cultivator at the peak of the young god. Life in the big sects was not easy either. Every family had their own difficulties. The Xiaoyaro Travel Guild was considered a weak existence in the top power structure of the Juzian upper realm. In fact, not many people knew about this. Looking from afar, the Juzian upper realm in the universe was still as magnificent and beautiful as ever. Such a special celestial boundary was unique in the universe, and it was also the pride of the people of Juzian. After hundreds of thousands of years, it was quiet, calm, stable, and endless spiritual opportunity, as if it would continue forever. However, only when one reached his realm would one know that there was no such thing as forever in the cultivation world. Not to mention the future, even before, the Juzian upper realm had experienced countless disasters. Being in this huge vat of pollution, how could one be clean? Change was inevitable. For a cultivator, if change was inevitable, then the most important thing was that one needed to master the rhythm of change. It was better to take the initiative to seek change than to be passive and have to deal with it. Standing in this position, he naturally saw further than others, including some like-minded friends in Juzian. What they saw was not only the interior of the Juzian realm, but also the universe and the further universe. All the existences that might affect Juzian were in their consideration, within their sight. This was the cornerstone of a realm's inheritance. When one reached this position, one naturally had to bear it. It was not allowed to be shirked, because this was also the foundation of the young God Supreme. The law of the world of cultivation was also the law of nature. It had never changed. It was always in a cycle of destruction, rebirth, growth, prosperity, decline, and death. It was just like the universe, just like a person's life. This was the essence of things. Juzian had prospered for many years, and no one knew when it would begin to decline. Even the supreme young god, or even the higher levels, could not say for sure. Perhaps it would be soon, or perhaps it would still be far away. What they could do was to choose the most correct path for their own realm within their field of vision. The change had already begun thousands of years ago. From the beginning, there was no clue, but now there were some clues. As for how it would change, even a young God Supreme like him had no idea. Under the general trend, the strength of an individual was insignificant. Jin Dan, a foundation establishment cultivator, and Yuanying Supreme were the same. Deduction, judgment, countless factors, and countless accidents. This was a big game of chess, so big that no one could really control it. What could the young god do in this? He could not affect the trend. But he could throw a stone in this trend. Looking at the surface of the waves caused by the stone and observing the changes in the waveform in the ripples, where was the wind? Where was the decline? Where were the reefs? Where were the disturbances of other waves? A carefree and unfettered quickly crossed the void and accurately found the meteorite he was on. It turned into nothingness with a light flick of his finger, but the message in the swiftness was already clear in his heart. But he did not hesitate. With a slight outline of his divine sense, 2 large words took shape: strength, support. The words turned into a stream of light and flew toward Juzian. White Eyebrows took a deep breath. The stone he threw had already begun to stir up waves. Chapter 898. A few days later, Lu Xiaoyi was summoned to the Great Freedom Hall again. Daoist Master Zhao's expression was a little strange, a little bitter. One-eared, you must be anxious from waiting, right? Let me tell you a piece of good news. It's like this: after a discussion, The sect approved of your actions in the Taipu realm. Coupled with your outstanding performance in the shaking shadow little continent, we have decided. We will double your resources for the next 10 years. In addition, you can take my Xiaoyaro token and go to the inner treasury to choose a small world. However, I have to tell you the truth, there are not many choices. Yes, those with special effects are necessary for the development of the sect. It is impossible for us to give them to you. Lu Xiaoyi was overjoyed. He did not expect such a result. Did the carefree people change their temperament? He thought that he would be suppressed for a period of time. This was the true style of the carefree people. I know. I'm not picky. Looking at this fellow's cheerful back, Daoist Master Zhao shook his head. He was one of the few nascent soul stage cultivators who were limited to attend the meeting. The meeting was very short, and it ended almost instantly. This was because an old ancestor had sent a message to Xiaoyaro that clearly stated, support. If he had to support himself, then so be it. Could it be that this brat was a long-lost relative of the ancestor? Of course, this was just a joke. The patriarch would never do something like this. The patriarch would never do something like this. The patriarch would never do something like this, and neither would the other true immortals and perfected immortals. Those who were supported might be able to enjoy the limelight for the time being, but if they couldn't hold on, they would also end up in a miserable state. There must be a deeper reason. It started from the moment this guy was recruited into the Carefree Mountain Sect. Then he had to support himself. Thus, there was today's conversation. This was not all. The details of the help were still in the process of being drafted and would be introduced continuously. Not only in the Carefree Travel, the same situation also happened in the Supreme Mystery Middle Yellow. Lu Xiaoyi was sent out to guard a continent, while Qing Xian was promoted to the head of the Orn Boots, the Deputy Hall Master of the Supreme Mystery Temple. Taishan Temple was an existence equivalent to the Great Freedom Palace of the free and unfettered travel. The position of deputy leader was very valuable, and it was a position that could control all the Jindan cultivators in Taishan Mountain. For tens of thousands of years, it had basically been led by Jinjuan and Zhenren, and there were very few Jindan cultivators in charge. In this sense, the support he received was above that of Lu Xiaoyi. It was inevitable that the news would spread, and it quickly spread throughout the 9 divine mountains. Many cultivators with sharp senses could vaguely sense that something was going on. Snot Bug rejoiced in his heart. As expected, those two people were acting under the orders of the sect. Otherwise, they wouldn't have dared to act so boldly. Their confusion was that the sudden change in the style of Carefree Travel and Taishan Zhonghuang did not seem to be in tune with their own sect. If there was anything strange about this, only the higher-ups could communicate with each other. All they could do now was to wait and treat these two people as real equals. They could no longer order them around. The two people's thinking was actually not correct. They were not acting under the orders of the sect, but the sect was simply following these two guys. This was incredible. Anyone with a brain would not think this way. But this was the cultivation world, full of wonders. When the top young spirit cultivators looked at the problem from the perspective of the whole universe, as long as it was beneficial to them, they didn't care if they followed the Zhuji cultivators, let alone Jindan cultivators. On the big chessboard that was the cultivation world of the universe, everyone was a chess piece. Heroes were created by circumstances. There would always be one or two special people who, at special times, would make the whole chessboard move around them. Slug had already reported to the sect what happened in the Taipu realm once. It was a common practice. Almost every time, there would be cultivators from the Qingwei Immortal sect who participated in the Taipu realm and were very familiar with it. The report was just a formality and was hastily completed. However, after more than 10 days, he was summoned by a perfected cultivator who rarely interfered with the sect's affairs. This was somewhat abnormal. I heard that some unpleasant things happened in the Taipu realm. Your report was vague. I asked you to come because I want to know the details. Don't leave anything out. Snot Bug was puzzled, so he repeated it again. After hearing this, the Supreme didn't say anything and just asked, "Do you have a private relationship with that one ear and mourning clothes?" Snot Bug shook his head. The first time they met, he almost tricked them. How could there be any friendship? Seeing the Supreme frown slightly, he added after thinking for a while. However, before I left, that One Ear had a private conversation with me. He asked me to help him in the Buddhist sect's fight against the Yarrowing land. Well, mainly on the information level. There's also something very strange. This person is a swordsman. He said that he had recently been studying the star cultivation method and asked me for a cultivation method that could be used in the Jindan realm. I agreed. It's impossible to have a cultivation method, so I wanted to make a copy of the Xiong cultivation method for him. This is within the scope of my responsibility. Do you think there's any problem? Seeing the Supreme frown, Snot Bug was a little nervous. This kind of non-core cultivation method was indeed within the scope of his authority, but he still needed to report it to the sect. He hadn't had time to do it. In fact, he didn't want to do it. It would be easy to get involved. It was better to pass it privately without anyone knowing. Could it be that the sect had found out about this? It couldn't be. Only the two of them knew about this. He wouldn't say anything. That swordsman wasn't stupid. How could he spread it everywhere? Could it be that someone in the Hidden Scriptures Tower noticed it? The Xiong star? You've already obtained it. Have you given it away? The Supreme's attitude was completely confusing. Snot Bug felt that something was going to happen, but he didn't dare to not answer. He still had to tell the truth. I've obtained it. But I haven't had time to give it away. Grandmaster, you see, I promised him. This cultivation method is only. The Supreme waved his hand to stop him. Don't give it away. Change it. Take the first half of the Constellation Ocean treasure mirror. But you have to carve it yourself and change the name. It's still the Xiong star. Snot Bug felt that his brain wasn't enough. The Xiong star was only a non-core cultivation method, while the Constellation Ocean treasure mirror was one of the 5 core cultivation methods of the Qing Wei Immortal sect. The difference couldn't be compared. Of course, the use of the reverse space was also on a different level. The so-called first half was actually the star cultivation method of the Foundation establishment Jindan. After a moment of shock, he came back to his senses. This was a show of gratitude. However, he had to change the name and cover it up. What was the reason for this? He didn't dare to ask too much. He wasn't familiar with this Supreme, and this Supreme had always been known to be strict. He could only ask some superficial questions. Then, Grandmaster, with the help of little Lu Yarrowing, how far should I go? The Supreme was shrouded in fog. This has nothing to do with the sect. It's just your personal friendship. The sect won't care about how far you go, Snot Bug finally understood. This was a typical Daoist way of communicating. The sect would remove itself from the matter, but let the disciples handle some uncertain matters themselves. If they did well, they would be rewarded. If they didn't, they would have to take the blame. Because the sect didn't ask them to do so. But he still had to take the blame for this. Chapter 899. Primeval Continent, Mount Dongzhen. Rabbit Lip was also experiencing the same thing. However, the person he was communicating with was a familiar perfected Yuanying. He spoke more casually and had a deeper conversation. You didn't do well in the Taipu realm. I'm afraid that in that ear's heart, it really has some opinions about you and the Primeval Cave. Of course, it's not your fault. It's the sect that asked you to do so. Rabbit Lip sighed. Since the upper echelons were uncertain, it was hard for the lower echelons. If they had known this would happen, they would have followed their own wishes from the beginning. At least they could do things more happily. Since we've taken on the bad name of scheming against Buddhism, then let's take it on. There's no need to explain anything. With Primeval Beginning's position in Taoism, even if we don't take it on, others will think so too. Hehe, after hundreds of thousands of years, I, Primeval Beginning, can take it on. Rabbit Lip was a little unwilling. I keep having the feeling that I've been tricked by that ear. This wasn't part of the plan, perfected Yuanying smiled. Think positively. After all, Primeval Beginning's reputation in the surrounding Tao realms has never declined. The upper echelons have already communicated. It's not convenient for me to tell you the details. In fact, even I don't know the details. In short, let nature take its course. This time, since Xiao Yarou and Tai Xian took the initiative to stand out, I, Primeval Beginning, have to give them face. It's easier for you Jin Dan to communicate with each other. There are only 4 people left. Don't be too distant. Hairlip understood what his martial uncle meant. This was a more euphemistic way of saying it. In fact, he was asking him to lower his status and stop putting on airs as if he was a veteran. From the looks of it, the one ear and the mourning clothes were not simple at all. He couldn't help but feel afraid. If the big and small eyes had succeeded, who knows what would have happened? Would it have caused a rift in Taoism? The perfected person laughed. You're not broad-minded enough. How can there be a fixed rule in the cultivation world? If Buddhism succeeded, there would be a response. If the swordsman had the upper hand, there would be the current changes. No matter which changes, how can it change the foundation? Therefore, the thinking of chess is one aspect. The strength of the chess piece is also very important. There are thousands of paths that lead to the great Tao. Rabbit Lip nodded. I know. When I'm free, I'll go to Yaoying Little Lu. The adept shook his head. There's no need. Why was there a need to be so humble and careful? I've heard you talk about the Taipu realm. That swordsman is still too sharp. It's not the true essence of Taoism, and it can't last long. If you go to Yaoying Little Land, you might as well go to Taishan continent. It's more natural. Hairlip finally understood. Lu Xiaoyi came to the palace treasury with Daoist Master Zhao's carefree order. There were no difficulties. Clearly, someone had already taken care of him. A perfected master led him into the inner treasury and went straight to the space where the treasures of the small world were placed. Your authorization is the lowest level of ownerless small worlds, so you only have 9 choices. My suggestion is that you can go in and have a look. These small worlds are all open, and there is no key. You can set the key after you've made your choice. Lu Xiaoyi politely thanked him. Of course, he knew that the small worlds that could be given to individuals by the sect were definitely some unpresentable and useless small worlds. They were the trashiest of the leftovers. Even if they were slightly useful, they wouldn't be left here. The reason why these small worlds weren't chosen was that these things were high-end and of little value. Cultivators who had made great contributions wouldn't want these trash, and those who didn't have any contributions couldn't take them away. It was very awkward. In the cultivation world, small worlds were very rare. They weren't something that ordinary sects could afford. Only great powers like the 9 great sects could accumulate these through the long history of their sects and through the accumulation of countless elders and sages who had traveled the universe. There was no need to talk nonsense. These things couldn't be distinguished from good or bad from the outside. One had to go in and see for themselves to have a more intuitive understanding. Because they were all open small worlds, it was very easy to enter and exit. The first one was a space about the size of a city. There was no spiritual vigor, no life. The space was dark, just like a cave. But there was water leaking from the ceiling. The key was that the water was very smelly and corrosive. This wasn't rain, because the water leaking was very uneven. It was sometimes strong and sometimes weak, sometimes big and sometimes small. If one had to describe it, it was like the toilet water in a giant's residence. Was it a place for humans? The second one was deathly still. Not only was there no spirit, but there was also an inexplicable force coming out of nowhere that was sucking the spirit out. Even a Jindan like Lu Xiaoyi could not hold it in any longer. The mana in his body leaked out uncontrollably, and he quickly came out. The third one was unstable, as if it could collapse at any time. The fourth one was a solid rock stratum. They were all trash among trash. Looking at the perfected one's half-smile, he finally understood why no one wanted these things. If he didn't have special needs, these small worlds would be a burden to him even if they were given to him for free. I'll take this. Lu Xiaoyi took out a stone seal. It was a very old thing. The perfected one didn't say much. They were all trash. Who could say that this pile of trash was more fragrant than that pile of trash? He chose early and left early. He couldn't understand why someone would want this kind of thing. The oldest one had been here for tens of thousands of years, and the space was about to collapse. Returning to his own cave, he took out the stone seal and entered again. This was a medium-sized small world. The space was exactly within the range of his divine sense, about 300 miles in diameter. This was a weak spiritual space. Its characteristics were like a building block that kept collapsing. It was like an endless Tetris. However, it was three-dimensional. Countless rocks kept piling up high, and then collapsing when they reached a certain height. Everything had to start from the beginning again. He didn't understand where the internal force of the movement of the rocks came from. He could only observe that there was no pattern, and it was messy. It was like an ignorant child stacking blocks, and it was completely random. Moreover, the collapsed rocks would shatter and reassemble to form another shape. Any foreign object would be smashed into pieces in the process of collapse and become a part of the rocks. After looking at it for a while, he still couldn't see anything. He threw the meteorite from the Taipu realm in his hand into it. This was the only way he could think of to place the meteorite without anyone noticing its special aura. He felt that this meteorite core was extraordinary, but he didn't know what was so extraordinary about it. This thing couldn't be put in a storage ring. If he carried it with him, he would inevitably be spied on. He didn't want to put it in his cave abode, so he asked the sect for this trash small world space. It should be able to put it, right? Without the suppression of his 5 elements, the meteorite returned to its original size of several feet. This was completely beyond his expectations. It was smashed into pieces in the collapse of the small world. Then, it freely combined with other rocks to form a new rock, but its original appearance could no longer be found. A casual, self-righteous, and completely failed attempt. Chapter 900. Lu Xiaoyi returned to the shaking Shadowland. Nothing had changed, and it was impossible for it to change. This was because he had not been away for more than 3 years. In fact, most of his time was spent traveling through the universe in Taiposhi. The time spent in the real Taipu realm was not long. Che Xie, Song Rong, and the others gathered around him. They did not feel like they were reunited after a long separation. They were just friends on a trip. What happened? You don't have to hide it from me. If nothing happened, I'm afraid no one would come to greet you. A few swordsmen laughed. Che Xie said, it's not a big deal. 2 years ago, a few swordsman brothers went to the upper forest valley to gamble on donkeys. It seemed like they were doubtful about the results. In the end, they got into a fight with the organizers. Out of the 4 brothers, 2 died and 1 was injured. Lu Xiaoyi frowned. He had heard of the upper forest valley before. It was not a land. It was a space of clouds that was similar to a valley in the middle of a few smaller continents. Due to its special geographical location, the clouds in the upper forest valley were very thin. Most of the time, the sky was clear and the visibility was high. These few smaller continents were closer to the core of the heavenly cycle upper realms nebula. They were far from the 9 great divine mountains on the surface. Naturally, the power that could penetrate through was limited. There was not much production. The continents were barren, and the people were unruly. They were very wild. Therefore, they were too lazy to invest much power in this place. It formed a famous 9 no-man's land in the upper realm of Juzian. The resources were barren. Of course, they would think of ways to make money. The location and production here were not suitable for business. They could only think of some crooked ideas. Donkey gambling was the specialty of this place. To put it simply, it was like horse racing in his previous life. For cultivators, especially the middle and low-level cultivators, many of their thoughts and habits had not completely broken away from the structure of mortals. Perhaps the disciples of the big sects could not be confused by external matters. However, the majority of the cultivators in the upper realm of Juzian were unorthodox cultivators from the 3,000 smaller continent. How much Tao heart could one expect from small sects and small sects? How much self-discipline did they have? In order to survive, in order to vent, it wasn't strange for some random things to appear here. If Red Hill in Juzian was known for its small commodity wholesalers, then Shanglin Valley in Juzian was known for its gambling industry. Humans were born with a natural inclination to gamble. This was especially true for cultivators. Their inclination to gamble was unparalleled. Every year, a similar donkey gambling event would be held in Upper Forest Valley. In recent months, there were private bets between cultivators, and official bets by the organizers. With the support of thousands of gamblers, it was also a profitable business. In a place like a gambling den, fighting was a common occurrence. It wasn't rare at all. People who lost until their eyes turned red, people who robbed them halfway, and people who were angry at the gambling den resorted to cheating. As long as it was something that could be found in a gambling den in the mortal world, it could be found here. There was no difference. Swordsman was a regular here. Because this was indeed a place to vent one's energy, he might even be able to make a fortune. Of course, it was the same for the other orthodoxes. The ones who gambled even more fiercely were the body cultivators. With these participants, fighting became the norm. However, there weren't many deaths, especially in a few of the more famous orthodoxes. How could they lose 2 precious swordsman seeds there? This made Lu Xiaoyi very curious. What's the reason? Is it our fault? Chase Ye was very sure. There are no rules in a donkey gambling den. It's a foul place to begin with. There are all kinds of people there, and we swordsmen have never been the most arrogant there. The body cultivators are the most arrogant. But this time, according to the brothers who came back, the organizers seemed to be deliberately targeting them. If it was in the past, it would just be a verbal dispute. However, under the provocation of the other party, a few brothers couldn't hold back and ended up fighting. You know, fighting in casinos is normal. It would be strange if they didn't fight. However, most of the fights happened between gamblers. There were very few disputes with the organizers. They were doing business, so why would they treat their customers so rudely? Most of the time, they just warned them to leave. I didn't expect it to be so strange this time. The organizers' will to fight was very firm, and from the looks of the cultivators who surrounded us, it was premeditated long ago. We brothers are all experienced fighters, so we can see this trick clearly. But we were caught off guard, and it was very difficult for us to escape. That's why 2 of us died. Lu Xiaoyi did not doubt their testimony. There was no need for them to lie. Swordsman was far from being the most arrogant and despotic among the 3,000 orthodoxes in the upper realm of Juzian. This was because the strength of the swordsman here was limited. There were only 9 branches of the sword vein. In terms of numbers, they were far less than some of the orthodoxes, such as the body vein and the bloodline. Recently, the sword vein had been in the limelight, but it was only because of his leadership in the battle between the heaven and earth chessboard and the monks that made a name for themselves. However, everyone knew very well that although they had made a name for themselves, their losses were too great. Hundreds of swordsmen Jin Dan had died inside. They needed to rest and recuperate, so why would they go out and stir up trouble? You mean, someone deliberately set up a trap to target us, Shaking Shadow? Tsong Rong nodded. Yes, that's what we think. At that time, there were very few swordsmen. After the battle between the heaven and earth chessboard, all the sword vein disciples were restricting their disciples. They rarely came out to wander, because they were worried about the revenge of the Buddhist. Our brothers have been holding it in for so many years. We also thought that Upper Forest Valley was far from the mainland and close to the boundary core, so the Buddhists wouldn't be able to reach so far. In the end, we didn't expect. Lu Xiaoyi was very satisfied. At least they did not act rashly when he was not around. In the Taipu realm, Big Eye and Small Eye made a move. In Upper Forest Valley, they made use of the organizers to make a move. They were thinking that he would not be able to return. That was basically the case. Boss. A few of them looked at him, meaning that he should respond. Lu Xiaoyi waved his hand. Go, go, go. Go and practice your swordsmanship. Wait for me to rest for a while and think clearly about the details of this matter. The few of them left reluctantly. What their boss said made sense. They had to find out the truth and who was the mastermind behind this, right? Even though everyone could guess who it was. Also, for the next few days, shaking shadow only allows people to enter but not leave. Don't go out and rest for a while. Lu Xiaoyi did not even think about finding out the truth. How would he find out? Who would he send? For a dispute like this, the other party had 1,000 reasons waiting for you, making you unable to say anything. It was a matter of two hands clapping in the first place. It was just that in terms of propriety, it was more intense. Was it strange for one or two people to die in a place like this? Did the Buddhists have anything to do with the gambling house? This was not strange. In this cultivation world, people only saw a very small part of it, the tip of the iceberg. The long history of the upper sect determined that their hands could reach anywhere. Chapter 901. Upper Forest Valley is a place where crooks and honest folk mix together. The gambling donkeys themselves are not controlled by a single family but a joint venture between several families. Take a look. In the Sword Shadow Palace, Taoist Master Maro took out a three-dimensional map and pointed. There are 7 small continents: Guishi, Huya, Linquan, Kaotu, Dahuang, Xiaohuang, and Shuanggua. They form a three-dimensional concave shape. In the middle of this concave shape is the so-called Upper Forest Valley. They're all small lands with poor resources, and they don't have a unified power. They're constantly scheming against each other. If there's something that can unite them, it's the gambling donkeys of Upper Forest Valley. They can share the benefits equally. That's about it. Are there any Yuanying spiritual masters? Lu Xiaoyi asked. Taoist Master Maro glared. Yes, but not many. Their strength is also very average. The so-called famous people are basically limited to their corners. Kid, you're not thinking of attacking those 7 small continents, are you? Let me tell you, let's not talk about whether or not you can take them down. In the Juxian Upper Realm, attacking a continent needs to be approved by the Upper Realm, otherwise, you can only slowly grind it down with the belief of the orthodoxy. This is the rule. Otherwise, how can the Shaoying realm survive under the pressure of the bitter Zen temple? If you take it without permission, the Yuanying spiritual masters have the right to attack you on the premise that they are protecting their own continent. Furthermore, if you break the rule, others might break your rule too. Lu Xiaoyi laughed. Why would I? My head is not clamped. Why would I do such a stupid thing? I'm just asking and asking around. Taoist Master Maro heaved a sigh of relief. These Jindan swordsmen were not very obedient to him and could not be restrained. He was also afraid that these people would go out and cause trouble and bring trouble back to the Shaoying realm. We all know who's behind this, but it's impossible to get evidence for this kind of thing, so the best way is to restrain your subordinates and not go out to cause trouble. Wait for time to pass. How many years have passed since the 500-year buffer period? I reckon that after 100 or 10 years, it will naturally not be as tight as it is now. With the addition of new blood, the sword vein will also return to its original order. That would be a mature move. I've already told you, look at those sword vein disciples. After the Heaven and Earth chessboard game, they all obediently stayed at home and didn't come out. Yet, you let our most difficult shadow-shaking sword vein disciples out for a stroll. Now that trouble has come, we can't even find the real culprit. Lu Xiaoyi spread out his hands. Old Mao, these people are not serious sect disciples. They are used to being wild. How can I restrain them? After chatting with Taoist Maro for a while, Lu Xiaoyi returned to his own palace and continued to work hard. He also ignored the swordsman's probing. He knew very well that this kind of suppression wouldn't last long. After a few more times, the hearts of the people would scatter. On this day, after finishing his sword practice, he thought of his small seal world again. He wondered how it was doing now. The Tai Pu meteorite core was destroyed by him. It was his own doing. When he entered the small world again, his first feeling was that there might be some changes in it. Countless rocks were still piling up and collapsing, but compared to before, there was some kind of change. The cycle time seemed to have slowed down. Furthermore, there seemed to be a trace of regularity. The most important thing was that he found traces of pure jade spiritual vigor on both rocks. Was this because of the influence of the Tai-Pu meteorite core? Although it had been smashed into ashes, the chaotic will it contained had not disappeared. Instead, it had merged with the countless rocks and was exerting a subtle influence. The unexpected hatred had turned into an unexpected joy. After hesitating for a moment, Lu Xiaoyi took out a jade bottle from his storage ring. In his opinion, what was missing from the Tai-Pu meteorite core's change in the small world? Those strands of pure jade spirit essence were there, but the Tai-Pu ancient spirit essence that was supposed to accompany it was missing. This was another gamble. The path of cultivation was made up of countless of such gambles. Some were not important, some would decide the future. When you are unaware, the Tai-Pu ancient spirit essence was released from the jade bottle and circled around Lu Xiaoyi 3 times. But as a spiritual being with the lowest level of consciousness, being trapped in the jade bottle was still a restriction to its nature. Freedom was not something that only humans yearned for. The ancient spirit essence rushed into this space. To its small body, this space was already big enough. Although there were countless huge rocks rising and falling, these scenes that humans hated did not affect it at all. When the primal chaos world was just formed, the changes in heaven and earth were much more spectacular and dangerous than now. In essence, these physical manifestations had no meaning to a spiritual being like it. There was no harm. After circling around a few times, it was obviously very satisfied. It did not know how to cry out, but its agile body could represent its mood. How could this kind of environment be compared to the small jade bottle? When it was tired from flying, it aimed for a huge rock that had strands of pure jade spirit essence and flew right into it. Lu Xiaoyi looked at the ancient spirit essence's movements and no longer worried about his gains and losses. He had his reasons for doing so. Seeing that his cultivation level was slowly rising and he was not far from the late stage of Jindan, how to form his nascent soul had long been put on the agenda. What he could do now was to look at the process of cultivators forming their nascent soul, including what he saw in the 5 rings of sky, and also the one in the upper realm of Juzian. Ignorant and blurry, when the time is right, the nascent soul will naturally form in the womb. Maybe there were people who could do this, but Lu Xiaoyi was very alert. His experience in the upper realm made him very clear of his own shortcomings. Therefore, he could only use his own stupid method. Part of it was following his heart, part of it was learning from others. The so-called learning from others did not mean that he had to learn other people's methods. That was impossible. He only wanted to find a trace of common ground in the process of forming his nascent soul. To be honest, he did not find anything. Maybe there was no common ground in this process. Or maybe what was recorded was only on the surface, and no one was willing to tell the real secret. He did not find any common ground, but he found a lot of problems with failing to form his nascent soul. Among them, there was a book written by a senior from Huangting Taoism. In his analysis of the gains and losses of forming his nascent soul, he proposed a hypothesis: the problem of the use of spiritual opportunity from outer space. His point of view was that, because cultivators had already prepared extraterrestrial spiritual vigor for themselves years or even decades or centuries before they formed their nascent souls, would this spiritual vigor, which contained spirituality, weaken in a direction that no one had noticed during the long wait? Lose its effectiveness? Shrink? So much so that it would affect the essence of the cultivator's nascent soul the moment they formed their nascent soul? Or would it directly affect the success of forming their nascent soul? This was a very obscure idea, and there was nothing to prove it. Cultivators forming their nascent soul was not an assembly line job. It was easy to obtain data to prove this speculation. Moreover, even spiritual opportunity that had been stored for a long time was still spiritual opportunity. There had never been a case where it completely lost its effectiveness. Therefore, it was left unsettled. Chapter 902. But Lu Xiaoyi valued this speculation very much. He was very clear that there was a lot of truth in these genius speculations. It was just that they might not be accepted by the cultivation world at the moment. But with the passage of time, there would be a day when these truths would be revealed to the world. As long as it had spirituality, how could it be willing to stay in a small bottle for hundreds of years? Even if its energy did not change, but spirituality meant that it had a personality, right? If it had a personality, it would not tolerate it, right? What it lost might be some kind of mysterious spiritual thing. This was just a guess, and he could not make a conclusion. Bringing out the TaiPu meteorite core gave him a chance to test his idea. If he didn't have this thing, he could only keep Jiu Ling in the jade bottle until the day he needed it. But now, Jiu Ling's mother body had been brought out by him. Why didn't he put the child back into the mother body and let it grow in a place it was familiar with? This was a gamble that he had to take. Compared to losing the TaiPu ancient spirit in the small world, he might gain more. Now, it seemed that the situation was not bad. He would not stay here to interfere with the transformation of the small world in the TaiPu meteorite core, but he would come in every day to take a look and experience it. Without the control of TaiPu, the transformation would be much slower than in the TaiPu realm. But this was a good thing for him, because he could experience the transformation and formation of a world more easily. This was a rare opportunity. In the TaiPu realm, what he gained was not only the TaiPu ancient spirit. This was what he gained when he went into the meteorite group. Opportunity and risk came together. Lu Xiaoyi's days were very carefree, but the swordsman's days were very torturous. Che Xie and a few others came to complain to him more than once, saying that it was difficult to suppress their emotions, but it was to no avail. Their leader seemed to have changed his soul, and he was very happy at home. He did not have the courage of the chessboard of heaven and earth, and did not have the imposing manner of the Red Hill. There were already a few swordsmen who left secretly, probably because they felt that they could not get what they really needed here. Lu Xiaoyi was still indifferent. A few months later, a Cloud Sea flying boat landed in Aoying. Judging from the logo, it belonged to the Qingwei immortal sect. Lu Xiaoyi welcomed an important guest in his territory. Looking at the big boat outside, Lu Xiaoyi began to drool. Senior brother Snot, aren't you a bit too much? Flying boat to pick them up. Was there a swimming pool up there? Many wives and concubines. Piles of slaves. Qingwei's treatment is really good. Are you still short of people? Slug laughed. We're short on people. Our Qingwei will always lack talents like brother However, this isn't me putting on airs. It's just that I'm sending a group of people to other lands, so I came here to take a detour. Brother, this place of yours is great. The mountains are high, and the emperor is far away. No one can restrain you from doing anything. Even I want to beg the sect to let me rule this place alone. The two of them joked around for a while before Slug took out a jade slip. The words Xiong Chen Xing were particularly eye-catching. Seeing this, Slug took it but didn't say anything. Since they were both interested in becoming friends, they naturally got along well. When the two of them talked about the changes in Taisu, they were both filled with emotion. Lu Xiaoyi asked, Brother Snot, did you come here in a hurry, or did you want to stay for a while and let me do my part as a host? Of course, Slug wasn't really passing by. In fact, his real intention was to give him the cultivation method. Sending people was just a cover for a mission he had accepted in passing. He didn't dare to disobey the Supreme's words. Moreover, this one ear was also very interesting. He was a person worth befriending. His position in carefree travel was also rising, so he was worth investing in. Thus, he went with the flow. I think this place of yours is not bad. It has good mountains, good water, and a lot of interesting people. It just so happens that I have nothing to do recently, so I want to find a place to cultivate for a while. You won't find me troublesome, right? Lu Xiaoyi laughed. Why would I? Junior brother asked this because I've taken a fancy to one of senior brother's things. I want to borrow it. Slug felt a bit of pain. This one ear was really too friendly. The first time they met, he asked for a cultivation method, and now he wanted to borrow something. Who knew what he had taken a fancy to? Since he had already come this far, he could only pretend to be Dafar. What does junior brother want to borrow? Just say it. As long as I have it, I won't refuse. Lu Xiaoyi went straight to the point. Of course I know that senior brother has it, so I asked shamelessly. I think senior brother's cloud sea flying boat is not bad. My brothers have been cooped up in planet Yarrowing for decades. Because of the pressure from Buddhism, they rarely go out. So I want to borrow the boat and go for a spin in Juzian. Slug suddenly understood. However, he was also more quick-witted than others. I won't lend it. If it's just for a spin, I won't lend it to you unless you tell me what you want to do with the flying boat. Looking at Slug's burning gaze, Lu Xiaoyi sighed. Alas, no one in the cultivation world was easy to fool. In Yarrowing Sword Palace, the swordsmen were in groups of 2 or 3. They were either practicing their swordsmanship. However, no matter what they were doing, they couldn't muster up any enthusiasm. The death of the 2 swordsman brothers made them extremely angry. This was blatant targeting. It was Buddhism using outsiders as a pretext to take revenge on the Sword Vein and the Yarrowing Sword Palace. Although there was no evidence, everyone in the cultivation world talked about karma. Without Buddhism behind them, how could the swordsmen around Upper Forest Valley dare to be so arrogant? Originally, they were holding back because they wanted to wait for their leader to come back and make a decision. Everyone would divide the work and find those upper forest cultivators who killed them to regain their dignity. However, they didn't expect that their leader would not make any move after he came back. If they had known earlier, why would they wait? Some of them would have already sneaked into the upper forest 7 continents. Chassier and a group of people were drinking wine. The swordsmen below were unsettled. They tried their best, but they couldn't stop some of them from leaving in disappointment. Although only a few left, they were pulled in later. The only consolation was that all the cultivators who participated in the chessboard of heaven and earth were still there. However, if their leader continued to act this way, they could imagine that more and more people would leave. Nan Dang sighed. Actually, you shouldn't blame our leader. If he was alone, he would definitely punish the murderer, no matter who he is. However, there are too many things involved in this. Buddhism, Taoism, swordsmen, the rules, and the Sword Vein's current situation. If you were our leader, what would you do? Fei Shou disagreed. Based on what you said, we'll stay low for 500 years. Then why did the big guy kill so many of his brothers in the chessboard of heaven and earth? If we can stay low for 500 years, then we can stay low for 5,000 years. We'll stay low until our backs bend, our swords blunt, and our hearts become numb. Did we practice our swordsmanship just for this day? Everyone was silent. They understood the logic, but reality and ideals, survival and pursuit, were always a pair of contradictions. It was hard to get the best of both worlds. If the big guy went forward recklessly and threw everyone's lives into the chessboard of heaven and earth, would that be a real swordsman? It didn't seem so. If that was the case, the Sword Vein would have gone extinct a long time ago. Chapter 903. Tsong Rong sighed. Over the past few decades, their hot-bloodedness and passion had been stripped away bit by time. This was the core motivation for them to gather here. If it was just to endure, then why couldn't they endure it? Why did they have to come here? In the upper realm of Juzian, there were not only swordsmen like them. There were 3,000 unorthodox sects and 3,000 little Lus. It would not be a problem to pick out a few hundred sword cultivators. However, most of them had chosen to hide, which was why they were nowhere to be found. That was not their path. This group of people could be said to be the most courageous among the rogue swordsman cultivators in the upper realm of Juzian. That was why they gathered together because of their leader, hoping to open up a new world, even if they were to die and sink into oblivion forever. It was because of this realization that they went to the heaven and earth chessboard and met their leader. That was why they gathered under the shaking shadow banner. They were the most rebellious swordsmen in the upper realm of Juzian. They did not join the sects because they could not stand the cowardly behavior of the Sword Vein sects. The heaven and earth chessboard finally rose to prominence, but it was all brawn and no brains. It could not even be considered brawn. The so-called elite assault team was useless in front of the monks. If it was not for their leader, the sword vein behind the heaven and earth chessboard would be scattered like sand. Their backbone would be bent and they would never be able to stand out among the orthodoxies in Juzyan. But now, even the leader's spine had been bent. As their leader's most loyal followers, they did not want to see such an outcome. However, they did not know how to awaken their leader's ambition. Everyone was drinking to drown their sorrows. Only one person was eating heartily without a care in the world. His mouth was full of oil, but he did not seem to be depressed at all. Zhu Fan, are you a pig? You only know how to eat. They had been together for decades and were very familiar with each other, so they did not hide their emotions when they spoke. Zhu Fan continued to chew. I think you're the pigs. You're all worrying over nothing. Of course, you have to eat and drink. Only after eating and drinking will you have the strength to kill. There are only two possibilities for our leader to remain calm. One is that he has really withered, and the other is that he is holding back a big move. With the boss's strength and character, how could he possibly wither? Since it was impossible, he must be holding back a big move. Just wait and see. I'm afraid that your swords won't be sharp enough when it's time to kill someone. That would be a real F*King embarrassment. Xie stared at him. You're a traitor. Did you hear some rumors? That's why you're so calm and composed right now, right? What was there that could be enjoyed by himself but not shared with his brothers? If you don't say something today, don't blame us for being impolite. I'll let you lie down for 2 months. Zhu Fan had no choice but to admit, don't do this. What's the point of having a few people fighting one? I really don't know what the boss is thinking, but I know what the boss did in the Tai Pu realm. Everyone's eyes lit up as they stared at him like a pack of wolves. Zhu Fan, on the other hand, was rather mysterious. I only found out about it today, because a Qingwei cultivator I'm familiar with was on the flying boat. He told me about what happened in the Grand Simplicity realm. He pushed his wine cup away. There's no more wine. Who's going to refill it for me? The group of swordsmen cursed. This guy was always like this at crucial moments. They couldn't afford to offend him, so Xie poured the wine for him personally. Good brother, I have enough wine for you. Zhu Fan smiled proudly. 5 people from our Juzyan went up to the Tai Pu realm. Other than the boss, do you know who else is there? Songrong said, big and small eyes, snot bug, rabbit crack lip, morning clothes. Who doesn't know about Juzyan and Jindan? You're just a traitor. You're only telling us half the story. You're sneakily drinking our wine. Zhu Fan raised his neck and finished the wine in 1 gulp. 5 went and only 4 came back. You guys can think about it. Feisha's eyes widened. Big and small eyes didn't come back. Nan Dang was very excited. Boss did it. Zhu Fan pouted. Aren't you all very smart? So what's there to worry about? I've always been worried that I'll be a burden to the boss when the time comes. You guys, on the other hand, are all acting like resentful wives. There were even a few idiots who ran off on their own. The boss despises this kind of disorganized and undisciplined people the most. It's even better that they left. I'm afraid it'll be difficult for them to come back in the future. The group of people raised their glasses in invitation. After drinking, Songrong was very hopeful. We definitely have to choose a few people to go with the boss. I'm good at running errands, doing odd jobs, assassinating, and tracking. Xie is more mature. It's best if he stays at home to look after the house. Everyone agreed, each bragging about their own abilities. Naturally, they excluded Xie, which made him very depressed. He hadn't even said anything, so why was he excluded? Bullying an honest person, right? This wine was a little too bitter. Everyone knew that as long as the boss was there wouldn't be too many people going. There would only be a few who would take action, and it wouldn't be enough for them to kill. Since there was a limit to the number of people, they couldn't give up on the issue of qualifications. Who knew? They would have to use their strength to decide. Just as the wine table was about to turn into a battlefield, Suddenly, the sound of a sword whistling came from the top of the palace. That was the boss's sword whistling. This was the first time they heard it in the dozens of years they had been in the shaking shadow realm. While they were still in shock, Zhu Fan had already disappeared. They hurriedly followed and complained to each other. Look at the disciples of the big sects. Their reactions, their bellies, and their shamelessness. Lu Xiaoyi stood beside the cloud sea flying boat of the Qingwei immortal sect, chatting with Snot. The swordsmen beside him boarded the boat one by one. There was a hint of excitement in his nervousness. They were all very fast, afraid that if they were too slow, they wouldn't be allowed to board because there was a limit on the number of people. But what made everyone feel strange was that no matter whether it was the first few people, the first few dozens, or the last 100 or so, when all the 107 swordsmen who stayed in the shaking shadow realm had boarded the flying boat, the boss didn't chase any of them away. This made everyone feel very strange. It didn't seem like they were going to fight, but to go on an outing? Or to participate in a Dharma assembly? What kind of collective action would require all the swordsmen to go together? They didn't even leave a housekeeper behind. The flying boat started and disappeared into the cloud sea. It gradually accelerated until it was as fast as a flash of light. The weapons at the door were indeed extraordinary. But because they weren't the ones steering the boat, they had no idea where the destination was. 7 or 8 leaders walked in front of Lu Xiaoyi. Che Xie's face was gloomy. "Boss, where are we going? Won't it be unsafe if no one stays at home?" Lu Xiaoyi smiled. "Who said no one will stay? Isn't Master Marrow a human? As for where we're going, we'll know when we get there. There's no point in asking too much. Don't worry, relax. Everyone has been in the shaking shadow realm for so many years. I know it's very boring. This time, I'll bring everyone to a place to have some fun." Outside the shaking shadow sword palace, an old figure stood alone. He was old and couldn't understand what the young people were thinking. It was too rash, but it seemed to make sense. He could only hope that everything would go smoothly. The shaking shadow sword palace couldn't afford another loss. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.